Chapter 12. Book 1 of Rookwood.
This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 1, Chapter 12. The Chamber of Death. It is the body. I have orders given that here it should be laid. De Montford. The recess upon which the panel opened had been a small oratory, and though entirely disused, still retained its cushions and its crucifix. There were two other entrances to this place of prayer, the one communicating with a further bedchamber, the other leading to the gallery. Through the latter, after closing the aperture, without relinquishing his grasp, Luke passed. It was growing rapidly dark, and at the brightest seasons this gloomy corridor was but imperfectly lighted from narrow, painted, and wire-protected windows that looked into the old quadrangular courtyard below. And as they issued from the oratory, a dazzling flash of lightning, a storm having suddenly arisen, momentarily illumined the whole length of the passage, disclosing the retreating figure of a man, wrapped in a large sable cloak, at the other extremity of the gallery. Lady Rookwood uttered an outcry for assistance, but the man, whoever he might be, disappeared in the instantaneously succeeding gloom, leaving her in doubt whether or not her situation had been perceived. Luke had seen this dark figure at the same instant, and, not without apprehensions lest his plan should be defeated, he gripped Lady Rookwood's arm still more strictly, and placing the muzzle of the pistol to her breast, hurried her rapidly forwards. All was now in total obscurity. The countenance of neither could be perceived as they trod the dark passage, but Luke's unrelaxed grasp indicated no change in his purposes, nor did the slow, dignified march of the lady betray any apprehension on her part. Descending from a spiral staircase which led from the gallery to a lower story, their way now lay beneath the entrance hall, a means of communication little used. Their tread sounded hollowly on the flagged floor. No other sound was heard. Mounting a staircase, similar to the one they had just descended, they arrived at another passage. A few paces brought them to the door. Luke turned the handle, and they stood within the chamber of the dead. The room, which contained the remains of poor Sir Piers, was arrayed in all that mockery of state which, vainly attempting to deride death, is itself a bitter derision of the living. It was the one devoted to the principal meals of the day, a strange choice, but convenience had dictated its adoption by those with whom this part of the ceremonial had originated, and long custom had rendered its usage for this purpose almost prescriptive. This room, which was of some size, had originally formed part of the great hall, from which it was divided by a thick screen of black, lustrously varnished oak, enriched with fanciful figures carved in bold relief. The walls were panelled with the same embrowned material, and sustained sundry portraits of the members of the family, in every possible costume, from the steely gear of Sir Ranulph down to the flowing attire of Sir Reginald. Most of the race were ranged around the room, and, seen in the yellow light shed upon their features by the flambeaux, they looked like an array of stern and silent witnesses, gazing upon their departed descendant. The sides of the chamber were hung with black cloth, and upon a bier in the middle of the room rested the body. Broad escutcheons, decked out in glowing colours, pompously set forth the heraldic honours of the departed. Tall lights burned at the head and feet, and fragrant perfumes diffused their odours from silver censers. The entrance of Luke and his unwilling companion had been abrupt. The transition from darkness to the glare of light was almost blinding, and they had advanced far into the room ere Lady Rookwood perceived a man, whom she took to be one of the mutes, leaning over the bier. The coffin lid was entirely removed, and the person, whose back was towards them, appeared to be wrapped in mournful contemplation of the sad spectacle before him. Suddenly bursting from Luke's hold, Lady Rookwood rushed forward with a scream, and touched the man's shoulder. He started at the summons, and disclosed the features of her son. Rapidly as her own act, Luke followed. He levelled a pistol at her head, but his hand dropped to his side as he encountered the glance of Sir Ranulph. All three seemed paralyzed by surprise. Ranulph, in astonishment, extended his arm to his mother, who, placing one arm over his shoulder, pointed with the other to Luke. The latter stared sternly and inquiringly at both. Yet none spoke. End of chapter 12.
Book 1. Chapter 13. Book 1 of Rookwood.
This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 1, Chapter 13. The Brothers. We're sorry his violent act had e'en been drawn blood of honour, and stained our honours, thrown ink upon the forehead of our fame, which envious spirits will dip their pens into after our death, and blot us in our tombs. For that which would seem treason in our lives is laughter when we're dead. Who dares now whisper that dares not then speak out, and even proclaim, with loud words and broad pens, our closest shame? The Revenger's Tragedy. With that quickness of perception which at once supplies information on such an emergency, Luke instantly conjectured who was before him. Startled as he was, he yet retained his composure, abiding the result with his arms folded upon his breast. "Seize him!" cried Lady Rookwood, as soon as she could command her speech. "He rushes on his death, if he stirs," exclaimed Luke, pointing his pistol. "Bethink you where you are, villain," cried Ranulph. "You are entrapped in your own toils. Submit yourself to our mercy. Resistance is vain, and will not secure your safety, while it will aggravate your offence. Surrender yourself." "Never," answered Luke. "Know you whom you ask to yield?" "How should I?" answered Ranulph. "By that instinct which tells me who you are. Ask Lady Rookwood. She can inform you if she will." "Parley not with him. Seize him," cried Lady Rookwood. "He's a robber, a murderer, who has assailed my life." "Beware," said Luke to Ranulph, who was preparing to obey his mother's commands. "I am no robber, no murderer. Do not you make me a fratricide." "Fratricide!" echoed Luke. "Heed him not," ejaculated Lady Rookwood. "It is false. He dares not harm thee. For his soul, I will call assistance." "Hold, mother," exclaimed Ranulph, detaining Lady Rookwood. "This man may be what he represents himself. Before we proceed to extremities, I would question him. I would not have mentioned it in your hearing could it have been avoided, but my father had another son." Lady Rookwood frowned. She would have checked him, but Luke rejoined, "You have spoken the truth. He had a son. I am he. Be silent, I command you," said Lady Rookwood. "Death!" cried Luke, in a loud voice. "Why should I be silent at your bidding, at yours, who regard no laws human or divine, who pursue your own fell purposes, without fear of God or man? Waste not your frowns on me. I heed them not. Do you think I'm like a tame hound, to be cowed to silence? I will speak. Ranulph Rookwood, the name you bear is mine, and by a right as good as is your own. From his loins, who lies a corpse before us, I sprang. No brand of shame is on my birth. I am your father's son, his firstborn, your elder brother. Hear me," cried he, rushing to the bier. "By this body, I swear that I have avouched the truth. And though to me the dead Sir Piers Rookwood hath never been what a father should be to a son, though I have never known his smile, felt his caresses, or received his blessing, yet now be all forgiven, all forgotten." And he cast himself with frantic violence upon the coffin. It is difficult to describe the feelings with which Ranulph heard Luke's avowal. Amazement and dread predominated. Unable to stir, he stood gazing on in silence. Not so Lady Rookwood. The moment for action was arrived. Addressing her son in a low tone, she said, "Your prey is within your power. Secure him." "Wherefore?" rejoined Ranulph. "If he be my brother, shall I raise my hand against him?" "Wherefore not?" returned Lady Rookwood. "'Twere an accursed deed," replied Ranulph. "The mystery's resolved. 'Twas for this that I was summoned home." "Ha! what you say? Summoned? By whom?" "My father." "Your father!" echoed Lady Rookwood, in great surprise. "Ay, my dead father. He has appeared to me since his decease." "Ranulph, you rave. You are distracted with grief, with astonishment." "No, mother; but I will not struggle against my destiny." "Pshaw! Your destiny is Rookwood, its manors, its lands, its rent roll, and its title. Nor shall you yield it to a base born churl like this. Let him prove his rights. Let the law adjudge them to him, and we will yield. But not till then. I tell thee he has not the right, nor can he maintain it. He is a deluded dreamer, who, having heard some idle tale of his birth, believes it because it chimes with his wishes. I treated him with the scorn he deserves. I would have driven him from my presence, but he was armed, as you see, and forced me hither, perhaps to murder me, a deed he might have accomplished had it not been for your intervention. His life is already forfeit, for an attempt of the same sort last night. Why else came he hither? For what else did he drag me to this spot? Let him answer that." "I will answer it," replied Luke, raising himself from the bier. His face was ghastly as the corpse over which he leaned. "I had a deed to do, which I wished you to witness. It was a wild conception, but the means by which I have acquired the information of my rights were wild. Ranulph, we are both the slaves of fate. You have received your summons hither. I have had mine. Your father's ghost called you. My mother's spectral hand beckoned me. Both are arrived. One thing more remains, and my mission is completed." Saying which, he drew forth the skeleton hand, and having first taken the wedding ring from the finger, he placed the withered limb upon the left breast of his father's body. "Rest there," he cried, "forever." "Will you suffer that?" said Lady Rookwood, tauntingly, to her son. "No," replied Ranulph. "Such profanation of the dead shall not be endured, were he 10 times my brother. Stand aside," added he, advancing towards the bier, and motioning Luke away. "Withdraw your hand from my father's body, and remove what you have placed upon it." "I will neither remove it, nor suffer it to be removed," returned Luke. "'Twas for that purpose I came hither. 'Twas to that hand he was united in life. In death he shall not be divided from it." "Such irreverence shall not be," exclaimed Ranulph, seizing Luke with one hand, and snatching at the cereclothes with the other. "Remove it, or by heaven " "Leave go your hold," said Luke, in a voice of thunder. "You strive in vain." Ranulph ineffectually attempted to push him backwards, and, shaking away the grasp that was fixed upon his collar, seized his brother's wrist, so as to prevent the accomplishment of his purpose. In this unnatural and indecorous strife, the corpse of their father was reft of its covering, and the hand discovered lying upon the pallid breast. And as if the wanton impiety of their conduct called forth an immediate rebuke, even from the dead, a frown seemed to pass over Sir Piers's features, as their angry glances fell in that direction. This startling effect was occasioned by the approach of Lady Rookwood, whose shadow, falling over the brow and visage of the deceased, produced the appearance we have described. Simultaneously quitting each other with a deep sense of shame, mingled with remorse, both remained, their eyes fixed upon the dead, whose repose they had violated. Folding the grave clothes decently over the body, Luke prepared to depart. "Hold!" cried Lady Rookwood. "You go not thence." "My brother Ranulph will not oppose my departure," returned Luke. "Who else shall prevent it?" "That will I," cried a sharp voice behind him; and, ere he could turn to ascertain from whom the exclamation proceeded, Luke felt himself grappled by 2 nervous assailants, who, snatching the pistol from his hold, fast pinioned his arms. This was scarcely the work of a moment, and he was a prisoner before he could offer any resistance. A strong smile of exultation evinced Lady Rookwood's satisfaction. "Bravo, my lads, bravo!" cried Coates, stepping forward, for it was he under whose skilful superintendence the seizure had been effected. "Famously managed. My father, the thief takers runners, couldn't have done it better. Hand me that pistol. Loaded, I see. Slugs, no doubt. Oh, he's a precious rascal. Search him. Turn his pockets inside out, while I speak to her ladyship." Saying which, the brisk attorney, enchanted with the feat he had performed, approached Lady Rookwood with a profound bow, and an amazing smirk of self-satisfaction. "Just in time to prevent mischief," said he. "Hope your ladyship does not suffer any inconvenience from the alarm annoyance, I meant to say, which this horrible outrage must have occasioned. Excessively disagreeable, this sort of thing, to a lady at any time, but at a period like this more than usually provoking. However, we have the villains safe enough. Very lucky I happened to be in the way. Perhaps your ladyship would like to know how I discovered—" "Not now," replied Lady Rookwood, checking the volubility of the man of law. "I thank you, Mr. Coates, for the service you have rendered me. You will now add materially to the obligation by removing the prisoner with all convenient dispatch." "Certainly, if your ladyship wishes it. Shall I detain him a close prisoner in the hall for the night, or remove him at once to the lock-up house in the village?" "Where you please, so you do it quickly," replied Lady Rookwood, noticing with great uneasiness the agitated manner of her son, and apprehensive lest, in the presence of so many witnesses, he might say or do something prejudicial to their interests. Nor were her fears groundless. As Coates was about to return to the prisoner, he was arrested by the voice of Ranulph commanding him to stay. "Mr. Coates," said he, "however appearances may be against this man, he is no robber. You must, therefore, release him." "Eh, what's that? Release him, Sir Ranulph?" "Yes, sir. I tell you he came here neither with the intent to rob nor to offer violence." "That is false, Ranulph," replied Lady Rookwood. "I was dragged hither by him at the peril of my life. He is Mr. Coates's prisoner on another charge." "Unquestionably, your ladyship is perfectly right. I have a warrant against him for assaulting Hugh Badger, the keeper, and for other misdemeanors. I will myself be responsible for his appearance to that charge," replied Ranulph. "Now, sir, at once release him." "At your peril!" exclaimed Lady Rookwood. "Well, really," muttered the astonished attorney, "this is the most perplexing proceeding I ever witnessed." "Ranulph," said Lady Rookwood sternly to her son, "beware how you thwart me." "Yes, Sir Ranulph, let me venture to advise you, as a friend, not to thwart her ladyship," whispered the attorney. "Indeed, she is in the right." But seeing his advice unheeded, Coates withdrew to a little distance. "I will not see injustice done to my father's son," replied Ranulph, in a low tone. "Why would you detain him?" "Why?" returned she. "Our safety demands it. Our honor demands his instant liberation. Each moment he remains in those bonds sullies its purity. I will free him myself from his fetters." "And brave my curse, foolish boy? You incurred your miserable father's anathema for a lighter cause than this. Our honor cries aloud for his destruction. Have I not been injured in the nicest point a woman can be injured? Shall I lend my name to mockery and scorn, by base acknowledgment of such defeat, or will you? Where would be my honor then, stripped of my fair estates, my son, myself, beggars, dependent on the bounty of an upstart? Does honor ask you to bear this? It is a phantom sense of honor, unsubstantial as your father's shade, of which you just now spoke, that would prompt you to do otherwise." "Do not evoke his awful spirit, mother," cried Ranulph, with a shudder. "Do not arouse his wrath." "Do not arouse my wrath," returned Lady Rookwood. "I am the more to be feared. Think of Eleanor Mowbray. The bar between your nuptials is removed. Would you raise up a greater impediment? Enough, mother, more than enough. You have decided, though not convinced me. Detain him within the house, if you will, until the morrow. In the meantime, I will consider over my line of conduct." "Is this, then, your resolve?" "It is, Mr. Coates," said Ranulph, calling the attorney, who had been an inquisitive spectator, though luckily not an auditor, of this interview. "Unbind the prisoner, and bring him hither." "It is your ladyship's pleasure?" asked Mr. Coates, who regretted exceedingly that he could not please both parties. Lady Rookwood signified her assent by a slight gesture in the affirmative. "Your bidding shall be done, Sir Ranulph," said Coates, bowing and departing. Sir Ranulph, echoed Lady Rookwood, with strong emphasis. Marked you that? Body o' me, muttered the attorney, this is the most extraordinary family, to be sure. Make way, gentlemen, if you please, added he, pushing through the crowd towards the prisoner. Having described what took place between Lady Rookwood and her son in one part of the room, we must now briefly narrate some incidental occurrences in the other. The alarm of a robber having been taken spread with great celerity through the house, and almost all its inmates rushed into the room, including Dr. Small, Titus Tyrconnel, and Jack Palmer. "Odds bodkins, are you there, honey?" said Titus, who discovered his ally. "The bird's caught, you see." "Caught be damned," replied Jack, bluffly. "So I see. All his own fault. Infernal folly to come here at such a time as this. However, it can't be helped now. He must make the best of it. And as to that sneaking, gimlet-eyed, parchment-skinned quill-driver, if I don't serve him out for his officiousness one of these days, my name's not Jack Palmer. Och, cush lamacree, did I ever? Why, what's the boy to you, Jack? Fair play's a jewel, and surely Mr. Coates only did his duty. I'm sorry he's captured, but for his relationship to Sir Piers, and because I think he'll be tucked up for his pains, and moreover, I could forgive the poaching. But as to the breaking into a house on such an occasion as this, it's plaguey bad book. I'm afraid he's worse than I thought him." A group of the tenantry, many of whom were in a state of intoxication, had, in the meantime, formed themselves around the prisoner. Whatever might be the nature of his thoughts, no apprehension was visible in Luke's countenance. He stood erect amidst this assemblage, his tall form towering above them, and his eyes fixed upon the movements of Lady Rookwood and her son. He had perceived the anguish of the latter, and the vehemence of the former, attributing both to their real causes. The taunts and jeers, threats and insolent inquiries of the hinds who thronged about him passed unheeded. Yet one voice in his ear, sharp as the sting of a serpent, made him start. It was that of the sexton. "You have done well," said Peter, "have you not? Your fetters are, I hope, to your liking. Well, a wilful man must have his own way, and perhaps the next time you will be content to follow my advice. You must now free yourself the best way you can from these Moabites, and I promise you it will be no easy matter. Ha, ha, ha." Peter withdrew into the crowd, and Luke, vainly endeavouring to discover his retreating figure, caught the eye of Jack Palmer fixed upon himself with a peculiar and very significant expression. At this moment Mr. Coates made his appearance. "Bring forward the prisoner," said the man of law to his two assistants, and Luke was accordingly hurried along, Mr. Coates using his best efforts to keep back the crowd. It was during the pressure that Luke heard a voice whisper in his ear, "Never fear, all's right," and turning his head, he became aware of the propinquity of Jack Palmer. The latter elevated his eyebrows with a gesture of silence, and Luke passed on as if nothing had occurred. He was presently confronted with Lady Rookwood and her son, and, notwithstanding the efforts of Mr. Coates, seconded by some few others, the crowd grew dense around them. "Remove his fetters," said Ranulph, and his manacles were removed. "You will consent to remain here a prisoner till to-morrow." "I consent to nothing," replied Luke. "I'm in your hands." "He does not deserve your clemency, Sir Ranulph," interposed Coates. "Let him take his own course," said Lady Rookwood. "He will reap the benefit of it anon." "Will you pledge yourself not to depart?" asked Ranulph. "Of course," cried the attorney. "To be sure he will. Ha, ha!" "No," returned Luke, haughtily, "I will not. And you will detain me at your proper peril." "Better and better," exclaimed the attorney. "This is the highest joke I ever heard." "I shall detain you, then, in custody, until proper inquiries can be made," said Ranulph. "To your care, Mr. Coates, and to that of Mr. Tyrconnel, whom I must request to lend you his assistance, I commit the charge; and I must further request that you will show him every attention which his situation will permit. Remove him. We have a sacred duty to the dead to fulfill, to which even justice to the living must give way. Disperse this crowd, and let instant preparations be made for the completion of the ceremonial. You understand me, sir?" "Ranulph Rookwood," said Luke, sternly, as he departed, "you have another and more sacred office to perform. Fulfil your duty to your father's son." "Away with him!" cried Lady Rookwood. "I am all out of patience with this trilling. Follow me to my chamber," added she to her son, passing towards the door. The concourse of spectators, who had listened to this extraordinary scene in astonishment, made way for her instantly, and she left the room, accompanied by Sir Ranulph. The prisoner was led out by the other door. "Botheration!" cried Titus to Mr. Coates, as they followed in the wake. "Why did he choose out me? I'll lose the funeral entirely by this arrangement." "That you will," replied Palmer. "Shall I be your deputy?" "No, no," returned Coates. "I will have no other than Mr. Tyrconnel. It was Sir Ranulph's express wish." "That's the devil of it," returned Titus. "And I, who was to have been chief mourner, and have made all the preparations, am to be omitted. I wish Sir Ranulph had stayed till to morrow. What could bring him here to spoil all? It's cursedly provoking." "Cursed provoking," echoed Jack. "But then there's no help, so I must make the best of it," returned the good humored Irishman. "Body me," said Coates, "there's something in all this that I can't fathom. As to keeping the prisoner here, that's all moonshine; but I suppose we shall know the whole drift of it to morrow." "Ay," replied Jack, with a meaning smile, "to morrow." End of chapter 13, and end of book 1 of Rookwood, by William Harrison Ainsworth. Rookwood, chapter 1, book 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood, by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 2. The Sexton. Duchess, thou art very plain. Bosola. My trade is to flatter the dead, not the living. I am a tomb maker. Webster. Chapter 1. The Storm. Come, list and hark! The bell doth toll For some but now departing soul. And was not that some ominous fowl, The bat, the night crow, or screech owl? To these I hear the wild wolf howl, In this dark night that seems to scowl, And these my black book shall enroll. For hark, still hark, the bell doth toll For some but new departed soul. Heywood, Rape of Lucretia. The night was wild and stormy. The day had been sultry, with a lurid, metallic-looking sky hanging like a vast galvanic plate over the face of nature. As evening drew on, everything betokened the coming tempest. Unerring indications of its approach were noted by the weather-wise at the hall. The swallow was seen to skim the surface of the pool so closely that he ruffled its placid mirror as he passed, and then, sharply darting round and round with twittering scream, he winged his rapid flight into his clay-built home beneath the barn eaves. The kine that had herded to the margin of the water, and sought, by splashing, to relieve themselves from the keen persecution of their myriad insect tormentors, wended stalwards, undriven, and deeply lowing. The deer, that at twilight had trooped thither, also for refreshment, suddenly with expanded nostrils snuffed the air, and bounded off to their coverts amidst the sheltering fern-brake. The rooks, obstreperous of wing, in crowds combined, cawed in a way that, as plainly as the words could have done, bespoke their apprehension, and were seen, some hovering and beating the air with flapping pinion, others shooting upwards in mid-space, as if to reconnoitre the weather, while others again were croaking to their mates in loud discordant tone from the high branches of the lime trees. all seemingly as anxious and as busy as mariners before a gale of wind. At sunset, the hazy vapours, which had obscured the horizon throughout the day, rose up in spiral volumes, like smoke from a burning forest, and, becoming gradually condensed, assumed the form of huge billowy masses, which, reflecting the sun's light, changed, as the sinking orb declined, from purple to flame colour, and then to ashy, angry grey. Night rushed onwards, like a sable steed. There was a dead calm. The stillness was undisturbed, save by an intermittent sighing wind, which, hollow as a murmur from the grave, died as it rose. At once the grey clouds turned to an inky blackness. A single sharp, intensely vivid flash shot from the bosom of the rack, sheer downwards, and struck the earth with a report like that of a piece of ordnance. In 10 minutes it was the dunnest night, and a rattling thunderstorm. The progress of the storm was watched with infinite apprehension by the crowd of tenantry assembled in the great hall, and loud and frequent were the ejaculations uttered, as each succeeding peal burst over their heads. There was, however, one amongst the assemblage who seemed to enjoy the uproar. A kindred excitement appeared to blaze in his glances, as he looked upon the storm without. This was Peter Bradley. He stood close by the window, and shaded not his eyes even before the fiercest flashes. A grin of unnatural exhilaration played upon his features, and he seemed to exult in, and to court, the tempestuous horrors, which affected the most hardy amongst his companions with consternation, and made all shrink trembling into the recesses of the room. Peter's conduct was not unobserved, nor his reputation for unholy dealing forgotten. To some he was almost as much an object of dread as the storm itself. "Didst ever see the like o' that?" said Farmer Burtonshaw, one of the guests, whose round, honest face good wine had recently empurpled, but fear had now mottled white, addressing a neighbor. "Didst ever hear of any man that were a Christian laughing in the very face of a thunderstorm, with the lightning fit to put out his eyes, and the rattle above ready to break the drums of his ears? I always thought Peter Bradley was not exactly what he ought to be, and now I'm sure on it." "For my part, I think, neighbor Burtonshaw," returned the other, "that this great burst of weather's all of his raising, for in all my born days I never seed such a hurly-burly, and hope never to see the like of it again. I've heard my grandfather tell of folk as could command wind and rain. Peter may have the power. We all know he can do more nor any other man." "We know, at all events," replied Burtonshaw, "that he lives like no other man, that he spends night after night by himself in that dreary churchyard, that he keeps no living thing, except an old terrier dog, in his crazy cottage, and that he never asks a body into his house, from one year's end to another. I've never crossed his threshold these 20 years. But," continued he, mysteriously, "I happened to pass the house one dark, dismal night, and there what dost think I seed through the window?" "What didst see?" "Peter Bradley, sitting with a great book open on his knees. It were a Bible, I think, and he crying like a child." "Art sure o' that?" "The tears were falling fast upon the leaves," returned Burtonshaw; "but when I knocked at the door, he hastily shut up the book, and ordered me to be gone, in a surly tone, as if he were ashamed of being caught in the fact." "I thought no tear had ever dropped from his eye," said the other. "Why, he laughed when his daughter Susan went off at the hall, and when she died, folk said he received hush money to say naught about it. That were a bad business, anyhow; and now that his grandson Luke be taken in the fact of housebreaking, he minds it no more, not he, than if nothing had happened." "Don't be too sure of that," replied Burtonshaw. "He may be scheming summat all this time. Well, I've known Peter Bradley now these 52 years, and, excepting that one night, I never saw any good about him, and never heard of nobody who could tell who he be, or where he do come from?" "One thing's certain, at least," replied the other farmer. "He were never born at Rookwood. How he came here the devil only knows. Save us! What a crash! This storm be all of his raising, I tell ye." "He be what he certainly will be," interposed another speaker, in a louder tone, and with less of apprehension in his manner than his comrade, probably from his nerves being better fortified with strong liquor. "Dost thou think, Samuel Plant, as how Providence would entrust the like o' him with the command of the elements? No, no, it's rank blasphemy to suppose such a thing; and I've too much of the true Catholic and apostate church about me to stand by and hear that said." "Maybe, then, he gets his power from the Prince of Darkness," replied Plant. "No man else could go on as he does. Only look at him. He seems to be watching for the thunderbout." "I wish he may catch it, then," returned the other. "That's an evil wish, Simon Toft, and thou mayst repent it." "Not I," replied Toft. "It would be a good clearance to the neighborhood to get rid of the cold, croaking curmudgeon." Whether or not Peter overheard the conversation we pretend not to say, but at that moment a blaze of lightning showed him staring fiercely at the group. "As I live, he's overheard you, Simon," exclaimed Plant. "I wouldn't be in your skin for a trifle." "Nor I," added Burtonshaw. "Let him overhear me," answered Toft. "Who cares? He shall hear summat worth listening to. I'm not afraid of him or his arts, were they as black as Beelzebooth's own. And to show you I'm not, I'll go and have a crack at him on the spot." "Thou'rt a fool for thy pains, if thou dost, friend Toft," returned Plant. "That's all I can say." "Be advised by me, and stay here," seconded Burtonshaw, endeavoring to hold him back. But Toft would not be advised. Kings may be blessed, but he was glorious o'er the ills of life victorious. Staggering up to Peter, he laid a hard grasp upon his shoulder, and thus forcibly soliciting his attention, burst into a loud, hoarse laugh. But Peter was, or affected to be, too much occupied to look at him. "What dost see, man, that thou starest so?" "It comes, the rain, the rain. A torrent, a deluge, ha! Blessed is the corpse the rain rains on. Sir Piers may be drenched through his leaden covering by such a downfall as that. Splash, splash. Fire and water and thunder all together. Is not that fine? Ah! The heavens will weep for him, though friends shed not a tear. When did a man's great heir feel sympathy for his sire's decease? When did his widow mourn? When doth any man regret his fellow? Never. He rejoiceth. He maketh glad in his inmost heart. He cannot help it. It is nature. We all pray for, we all delight in each other's destruction. Were we created to do so, or why else should we act thus? I never wept for any man's death, but I have often laughed. Natural sympathy, out on the phrase! The distant heavens, the senseless trees, the impenetrable stones, shall regret you more that man shall bewail your death with more sincerity. Ay, 'tis well. Rain on, splash, splash. It will cool the hell fever. Down, down, buckets and pails, ha! There was a pause, during which the sexton, almost exhausted by the frenzy in which he had suffered himself to be involved, seemed insensible to all around him. "I tell you what," said Burtonshaw to Plant, "I've always thought there was more in Peter Bradley nor appears on the outside. He's not what he seems to be, take my word on it. Lord love you, do you think a man such as he pretends he could talk in that sort of way, about natural simpering? No such thing." When Peter recovered, his insane merriment broke out afresh, having only acquired fury by the pause. Look out! Look out!" cried he. "Hark to the thunder! List to the rain! Mark ye that flash! Mark ye the clockhouse, and the bird upon the roof! 'Tis the rook, the great bird of the house that hath borne away the soul of the departed. There, there, can you not see it? It sits and croaks through the storm and rain, and never heeds all. And wherefore should it heed? See, it flaps its broad black wings. It croaks. Ha! It comes! It comes!" And, driven, it might be, by the terror of the storm, from more secure quarters, a bird at this instant was dashed against the window. and fell to the ground. "That's a call," continued Peter. "It will be over soon, and we must set out. The deed will not need to tarry. Look at that trail of fire along the avenue. Dost see yon line of sparkles like a rocket's tail? That's the path the corpse will take. Sir Hermes' flickering fire, Robin Goodfellow's dancing light, or the blue flame of the corpse candle, which I saw flitting to the churchyard last week, was not so pretty a sight. Ha ha! You asked me for a song a moment ago. You shall have one now, without asking." And without waiting to consult the inclinations of his comrades, Peter broke into the following wild strain, with all the fervor of a half-crazed improvisatore: The corpse candle. Lambert flamma et circumfunerea pasci. Though the midnight gloom did a pale blue light to the churchyard murk wing its lonesome flight, thrice it floated those old walls round, thrice it paused till the grave it found. Over the grass-green sod it glanced, over the fresh-turned earth it danced, like a torch in the night breeze quivering. Never was seen so gay a thing, never was seen so blithe a sight, as the midnight dance of that blue light. Now what of that pale blue flame dost know? Canst tell where it comes from, or where it will go? Is it the soul ceased from the clay over the earth that it takes away, and tarries a moment in mirth and glee, where the course it hath quitted interred shall be? Or is it the trick of some fanciful sprite, that taketh immortal mischance tonight, and marketh the road the coffin shall go, and the spot where the dead shall be soon laid low? Ask him who can answer these questions aright. I know not the cause of that pale blue light. "I can't say I like thy song, Master Peter," said Toft, as the sexton finished his stave. "But if thou didst see a corpse candle, as thou call'st thy pale blue flame, whose death doth it betoken, eh?" "Thine own," returned Peter, sharply. "Mine! Thou lying old cheat, dost dare to say that to my face? Why, I'm as hale and hearty as ever a man in the house. Dost think there's no life and vigour in this arm, thou drivelling old dotard?" Upon which Toft seized Peter by the throat, with an energy that, but for the timely intervention of the company who rushed to his assistance, the prophet might himself have anticipated the doom he prognosticated. Released from the grasp of Toft, who was held back by the bystanders, Peter again broke forth into his eldritch laugh, and, staring right into the face of his adversary, with eyes glistening and hands uplifted, as if in the act of calling down an imprecation on his head, he screamed in a shrill and discordant voice, "So you will not take my warning. You revile me, you flout me. 'Tis well, your fate shall prove a warning to all unbelievers. They shall remember this night, though you will not. Fool! Fool! Your doom has long been sealed. I saw your wraith choose out its last lodgment on Halloween. I know the spot. Your grave is dug already. Ha!" And, with renewed laughter, Peter rushed out of the room. "Did I not caution thee not to provoke him, friend Toft?" said Plant. "It's all ill playing with edge tools, but don't let him fly off in that tantrum. One of ye go after him." "That will I," replied Burtonshaw, and he departed in search of the sexton. "I'd advise thee to make it up with Peter so soon as thou canst, neighbor," continued Plant. "He's a bad friend, but a worse enemy." "Why, what harm can he do me?" returned Toft, who, however, was not without some misgivings. "If I must die, I can't help it. I shall go none the sooner for him, even if he speak the truth, which I don't think he do. And if I must, I shan't go unprepared. Only I think as how, if it pleased Providence, I could have wished to keep my old missus company some few years longer, and see those bits of lasses mine grow up into women, and respectably provided for. But his will be done. I shan't leave 'em quite penniless, and there's one eye, at least, I'm sure, won't be dry at my departure." Here the stout heart of Toft gave way, and he shed some few natural tears, which, however, he speedily brushed away. "I'll tell you what, neighbors," continued he, "I think we may all as well be thinking of going to our own homes, for, to my mind, we shan't never reach the churchyard to night." "That you never will," exclaimed a voice behind him. and Toft, turning round, again met the glance of Peter. "Come, come, Master Peter," cried the good-natured farmer, "this be ugly jesting. Ax pardon for my share of it. Sorry for what I did. So give us thy hand, man, and think no more about it." Peter extended his claw, and the parties were, apparently, once more upon terms of friendship. End of Chapter 1, Book 2. Chapter 2, Book 2 of Rookwood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 2, Chapter 2. The Funeral Oration. In northern customs duty was expressed to friends departed by their funeral feast. Though I've consulted Holling's shed and stow, I find it very difficult to know who, to refresh the attendants to the grave, burnt claret first, or Naples biscuit gave. King, Art of Cookery. Ceterum priusquam corpus humo injecta contegatur, defunctus oriatone funebre laudabatur. Durand. A supply of spirits was here introduced. Lights were brought at the same time, and placed upon a long oak table. The party gathered round it. Ill humour was speedily dissipated, and even the storm disregarded, in the copious libations that ensued. At this juncture a loiterer appeared in the hall. His movements were unnoticed by all excepting the sexton, who watched his proceedings with some curiosity. The person walked to the window, appearing, so far as he could be discovered, to eye the storm with great impatience. He then paced the hall rapidly backwards and forwards, and Peter fancied he could detect sounds of disappointment in his muttered exclamations. Again he returned to the window, as if to ascertain the probable duration of the shower. It was a hopeless endeavor. All was pitch dark without. The lightning was now only seen at long intervals, but the rain still audibly descended in torrents. Apparently seeing the impossibility of controlling the elements, the person approached the table. "What think you of the night, Mr. Palmer?" asked the sexton of Jack, for he was the anxious investigator of the weather. "Don't know, can't say. Set in, I think. Cursed unlucky. For the funeral, I mean. We shall be drowned if we go." "Drunk if we stay," rejoined Peter. "But never fear, it will hold up, depend upon it, long before we can start. Where have they put the prisoner?" asked he, with a sudden change of manner. "I know the room, but can't describe it. It's 2 or 3 doors down the lower corridor of the eastern gallery." "Good. Who are on guard?" "Titus Tyrconnel and that swivel-eyed quill-driver Coates." "Enough." "Come, come, Master Peter," roared Toft, "let's have another stave. Give us one of your odd snatches. No more corpse candles or that sort of thing. Something lively, something jolly, ha!" "A good move," shouted Jack. "A lively song from you. Lily Bullerow from a death's head, ha! "My songs are all of a sort," returned Peter. "I am seldom asked to sing a second time. However, you are welcome to the merriest I have." And preparing himself, like certain other accomplished vocalists, with a few preliminary hems and haws, he struck forth the following doleful ditty: The Old Oak Coffin. Sic ego compone versus in ossa velim. Tibullus. In a churchyard upon the sward a coffin there was laid, and leaning stood beside the wood a sexton on his spade. A coffin old and black it was, and fashioned curiously, with a quaint device of carved oak in hideous fantasy. From here was wrought the sculptured thought of a tormented face, with serpents lithe around it writhe, enfolded strict embrace. Grim visages of grinning fiends were at each corner set, and emblematic scrolls, mort heads, and bones together met. Ah, well a day! That sexton grey unto himself did cry, beneath that lid much lieth hid, much awful mystery. It is an ancient coffin from the abbey that stood there. Perchance it holds an abbot's bones, perchance of those a frere. In digging deep, where monks do deep, beneath yon cloister shroud, that coffin old, within the mould, it was my chance to find. The costly carvings of the lid I scraped full carefully, in hope to get at name or date, yet nothing could I see. With pick and spade I've plied my trade for 60 years and more, yet never found, beneath the ground, shell strange as that before. Full many coffins I have seen them deep or flat, fantastical in fashion, none fastical as that. And saying so, with heavy blow, the lid he shattered wide, and pale with fright, a ghastly sight that sexton grey espied. A miserable sight it was, that loathsome corpse to see, the last dreary darksome sage of fallen humanity. Though all was gone, save reeky bone, a green and grisly heap, with scarce a trace of fleshly face, strange posture did it keep. The hands were clenched, the teeth were wrenched, as if the wretch had risen, e'en after death, had taken his breath, to strive and burst his prison. The neck was bent, the nails were rent, no limb or joint was straight, together glued with blood imbued, black and coagulate. And as the sexton stooped him down to lift the coffin plank, his fingers were defiled o'er with slimy substance dank. Ah, well a day! That sexton grey unto himself did cry, full well I see how fate's decree foredoomed this wretch to die. A living man, a breathing man, within the coffin thrust. Alack, alack, the agony ere he returned to dust. A vision drear did then appear unto that sexton's eyes. Like that poor wight before him, straight he in a coffin lies. He lieth in a trance within that coffin close and fast. Yet though he sleepeth now, he feels he shall wake at last. The coffin then, by reverend men, is borne with footsteps slow, where tapers shrine before the shrine, where breathes the requiem low. And for the dead the prayer is said, for the soul that is not flown. Then all is drowned in hollow sound, the earth is o'er him thrown. He draweth breath, he wakes from death to life more horrible, to agony, such agony, no living tongue may tell. Die, die he must, that wretched one, he struggles, strives in vain. No more heaven's light nor sunshine bright shall he behold again. Gramercy, Lord! the sexton roared, awakening suddenly. If this be dream, yet doth it seem most dreadful so to die. Oh, cast my body in the sea, or hurl it on the shore, but nail me not in coffin fast. No grave will I dig more. It was not difficult to discover the effect produced by this song in the lengthened faces of the greater part of the audience. Jack Palmer, however, laughed loud and long. "Bravo, bravo!" cried he. "That suits my humour exactly. I can't abide the thoughts of a coffin. No deal box for me." "A gibbet might, perhaps, serve your turn as well," muttered the sexton, adding aloud, "I am now entitled to call upon you. A song, a song." "Ay, a song, Mr. Palmer, a song," reiterated the hinds. "Yours will be the right kind of thing." "Say no more," replied Jack. "I'll give you a chant composed upon Dick Turpin, the highwayman. It's no great shakes, to be sure, but it's the best I have." And, with a knowing wink at the sexton, he commenced, in the true nasal whine, the following strain: "One foot in the stirrup, or Turpin's first fling, cum esset proposita fuga Turpis." Cicero. One foot in the stirrup, one hand in the rein, and the noose be my portion, or freedom I'll gain. Oh, give me a seat in my saddle once more, and these bloodhounds shall find that the chase is not o'er. Thus muttered Dick Turpin, who found while he slept that the Philistines old on his slumbers had crept, had entrapped him as puss on her form you'd ensnare, and that gone were his snappers, and gone were his mare. Hilloah! How Dick Turpin had been captured is readily told. The pursuit had been hot, though the night had been cold. So at daybreak, exhausted, he sought brief repose, mid the thick of a cornfield, away from his foes. But in vain was his caution, in vain did his steed, ever watchful and wakeful in moments of need, with lip and hoof on her master's cheek press. He slept on, nor heeded the warning of Bess. Luah! Zounds, gentlemen, cried Turpin, you've found me at fault, and the high-flying highwayman's come to a halt. You have turned up a trump, for I weigh well my weight, and the 40 is yours, though the halter's my fate. Well, come on't what will, you shall own when all's past, that Dick Turpin the Dauntless was game to the last. But before we go further, I'll hold you a bet, that 1 foot in my stirrup you won't let me set. Hurrah! 100 to 1 is the odds I will stand, 100 to 1 is the odds you command. Here's a handful of goldfinches ready to fly. May I venture a foot in my stirrup to try? As he carefully spoke, Dick directed a glance at his courser, and motioned her slyly askance. You might tell by the singular toss of her head, and the prick of her ears, that his meaning she read. Hilloah! With derision at first was Dick's wager received, and his error at starting as yet unretrieved. But when from his pocket the shiners he drew, and offered to make up the 100 to 2, there were havers in plenty, and each whispered each the same thing, though varied in figure of speech. Let the fool act his folly, the stirrup of Bess. He has put his foot in it already, we guess. Hilloah! Bess was brought to her master. Dick steadfastly gazed at the eye of his mare, then his foot quick upraised. His toe touched the stirrup, his hand grasped the rein. He was safe on the back of his courser again. As the clarion fray sounding and shrill was the neigh of Black Bess as she answered his cry. Hark away! Beset me, ye bloodhounds, in rear and in van. My foot's in the stirrup, and catch me who can. Hilloah! There was riding and jibing mid rabble and rout, and the old woods re-echoed the Philistine's shout. There was hurling and whirling o'er brake and o'er briar, but the course of Dick Turpin was swift as heaven's fire. Whipping, spurring, and straining would nothing avail. Dick laughed at their curses and scoffed at their wail. My foot's in the stirrup, thus rang his last cry. Bess has answered my call, now her mettle we'll try. Hilloah! Uproarious applause followed Jack's song, when the joviality of the mourners was interrupted by a summons to attend the state-room. Silence was at once completely restored, and, in the best order they could assume, they followed their leader, Peter Bradley. Jack Palmer was amongst the last to enter, and remained a not incurious spectator of a by no means common scene. Preparations had been made to give due solemnity to the ceremonial. The leaden coffin was fastened down, and enclosed in an outer case of oak, upon the lid of which stood a richly chased massive silver flagon, filled with burnt claret, called the grace cup. All the lights were removed, save 2 lofty wax flambeaux, which were placed to the back, and threw a lurid glare upon the group immediately about the body, consisting of Ranulph Rookwood and some other friends of the deceased. Dr. Small stood in front of the bier, and, under the directions of Peter Bradley, the tenantry and household were formed into a wide half moon across the chamber. There was a hush of expectation, as Dr. Small looked gravely round, and even Jack Palmer, who was as little likely as any man to yield to an impression of the kind, felt himself moved by the scene. The very orthodox Small, as is well known to our readers, held everything savouring of the superstitions of the Scarlet Woman in supreme abomination; and entertaining such opinions, it can scarcely be supposed that a funeral oration would find much favour in his eyes, accompanied, as it was, with the accessories of censer, candle, and cup, all evidently derived from that period when, under the 3-crowned pontiff's sway, the shaven priest pronounced his benediction o'er the dead, and released the penitent's soul from purgatorial flames, while he heavily mulcted the price of his redemption from the possessions of his successor. Small resented the idea of treading in such steps, as an insult to himself and his cloth. Was he, the intolerant of papistry, to tolerate this? Was he, who could not endure the odour of Catholicism, to have his nostrils thus polluted, his garments thus defiled by actual contact with it? It was not to be thought of. And had he formally signified his declination to Mr. Coates, when a little conversation with that gentleman, and certain weighty considerations therein held forth, the advowson of the Church of Rookwood residing within the family, and represented by him, as well as the placing in juxtaposition of penalties to be incurred by refusal, that the scruples of Small gave way, and, with the best grace he could muster, very reluctantly promised compliance. With these feelings, it will be readily conceived that the doctor was not in the best possible frame of mind for the delivery of his exhortation. His spirit had been ruffled by a variety of petty annoyances, amongst the greatest of which was the condition to which the good cheer had reduced his clerk, Zachariah Trundletext, whose reeling eye, pendulous position, and open mouth proclaimed him absolutely incapable of office. Zachariah was, in consequence, dismissed, and Small commenced his discourse unsupported. But, as our recording it would not probably conduce to the amusement of our readers, whatever it might to their edification, we shall pass it over with a very brief mention. Suffice it to say, that the oration was so thickly interstrewn with lengthy quotations from the fathers, Chrysostomus, Hieronymus, Ambrosius, Basilius, Bernardus, and the rest, with whose recondite Latinity, notwithstanding the clashing of their opinions with his own, the doctor was intimately acquainted, and which he moreover delighted to quote, that his auditors were absolutely mystified and perplexed, and probably not without design. Countenances of such amazement were turned towards him, that Small, who had a keen sense of the ludicrous, could scarcely forbear smiling as he proceeded, and if we could suspect so grave a personage of waggery, we should almost think that, by way of retaliation, he had palmed some abstruse, monkish epicedium among his astounded auditors. The oration concluded, biscuits and confectionery were, according to the old observance, handed to such of the tenantry as chose to partake of them. The serving of the grace cup, which ought to have formed part of the duties of Zachariah, had he been capable of office, fell to the share of the sexton. The bowl was kissed, first by Ranulph, with lips that trembled with emotion, and afterward by his surrounding friends, but no drop was tasted, a circumstance which did not escape Peter's observation. Proceeding to the tenantry, the first in order happened to be Farmer Toft. Peter presented the cup, and as Toft was about to drain a deep draught of the wine, Peter whispered in his ear, "Take my advice for once, friend Toft, and don't let a bubble of the liquid pass your lips. For every drop of the wine you drain, Sir Piers will have one sin the less, and you a load the heavier on your conscience. Didst never hear of sin swallowing? For what else was this custom adopted? Seest thou not the cup's brim hath not yet been moistened? Well, as you will." And the sexton passed onwards. His work being nearly completed, he looked around for Jack Palmer, whom he had remarked during the oration, but could nowhere discover him. Peter was about to place the flagon, now almost drained of its contents, upon its former resting place, when Small took it from his hands. "In poculi fundo residuum non relinqui, admonisheth Pythagoras," said he, returning the empty cup to the sexton. "My task here is ended," muttered Peter, "but not elsewhere. Foul weather or fine, thunder or rain, I must go to the church." Bequeathing his final instructions to certain of the household, who were to form part of the procession, in case it set out, he opened the hall door, and the pelting shower dashing heavily in his face, took his way up the avenue, screaming as he strode along the following congenial rhymes: Ephilialtes! I ride alone, I ride by night, through the moonless air on a courser white. Over the dreaming earth I fly, here and there, and my fantasy. My frame is withered, my visage old, my locks are frore, and my bones ice cold. The wolf will howl as I pass his lair, the bandog moan, and the screech owl stare. For breath at my coming the sleeper strains, and the freezing current forsakes his reins. Vainly for pity the wretch may sue, merciless Mara no prayers subdue. To his couch I flit, on his breast I sit, astride, 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 and one charm alone, a hollow stone, can scare me from his side. 1,000 antic shapes I take, the stoutest heart at my touch will quake. The miser dreams of a bag of gold, or a ponderous chest on his bosom rolled. The drunkard groans neath a cask of wine, the reveller swelts neath a weighty chine. The recreant turns by his foes assailed, to flee, but his feet to the ground are nailed. The goatherd dreams of his mountain tops, and dizzily reeling, downward drops. The murderer feels at his throat a knife, and gasps as his victim gasped for life. The thief recoils from the scorching brand, the mariner drowns in sight of land. Thus sinful man have I power to fray, torture and rack, but not to slay. But ever the couch of purity, with withering glance, I hurry by. Then mount, away! To horse, I say! To horse! Astride, astride! The fire drake shoots, the screech owl hoots, as through the air I glide. End of Chapter 2, Book 2. Chapter 3, Book 2 of Rookwood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 2, Chapter 3, The Churchyard. Methought I walked about the mid of night into a churchyard. Webster, The White Devil. Light streamed through the chancel window as the sexton entered the churchyard, darkly defining all the ramified tracery of the noble Gothic arch, and illuming the gorgeous dyes of its richly stained glass, profusely decorated with the armorial bearings of the founder of the fane, and the many alliances of his descendants. The sheen of their blazonry gleamed bright in the darkness, as if to herald to his last home another of the line whose achievements it displayed. Glowing colourings, checkered like rainbow tints, were shed upon the broken leaves of the adjoining yew trees, and upon the round grassy tombs. Opening the gate, as he looked in that direction, Peter became aware of a dark figure, enveloped in a large black coat, and covered with a slouched hat, standing at some distance between the window and the tree, and so intervening as to receive the full influence of the stream of radiance which served to dilate its most superhuman stature. The sexton stopped. The figure remained stationary. There was something singular both in the costume and situation of the person. Peter's curiosity was speedily aroused, and, familiar with every inch of the churchyard, he determined to take the nearest cut, and to ascertain to whom the mysterious cloak and hat belonged. Making his way over the undulating graves, and instinctively rounding the headstones that intercepted his path, he quickly drew near the object of his inquiry. From the moveless posture it maintained, the figure appeared to be unconscious of Peter's approach. To his eyes it seemed to expand as he advanced. He was now almost close upon it, when his progress was arrested by a violent grasp laid on his shoulder. He started, and uttered an exclamation of alarm. At this moment a vivid flash of lightning illumined the whole churchyard, and Peter then thought he beheld, at some distance from him, two other figures, bearing upon their shoulders a huge chest, or, it might be, a coffin. The garb of these figures, so far as it could be discerned through the drenching rain, was fantastical in the extreme. The foremost seemed to have a long white beard descending to his girdle. Little leisure, however, was allowed Peter for observation. The vision no sooner met his glance than it disappeared, and nothing was seen but the glimmering tombstones, nothing heard but the whistling wind and the heavily descending shower. He rubbed his eyes. The muffled figure had vanished, and not a trace could be discovered of the mysterious coffin bearers, if such they were.
"What have I seen?"
mentally ejaculated Peter.
"Is this sorcery, or treachery, or both? No body snatchers would visit this place on a night like this, when the whole neighborhood is aroused. Can it be a vision I have seen? Shall I struggle myself as I deceive these hinds? It was no bearded demon that I beheld, but the gipsy Patrico Balthazar. I knew him once. But what meant that muffled figure, and whose arm could it have been that gripped my shoulder? What if Lady Rookwood should have given orders for the removal of Susan's body? No, that cannot be. Besides, I have the keys of the vault, and there are hundreds now in the church who would permit no such desecration. I am perplexed to think what it can mean. But I will to the vault." Saying which, he hastened to the church porch, and after wringing the wet from his clothes, as a water dog might shake the moisture from his curly hide, and doffing his broad felt hat, entered the holy edifice. The interior seemed one blaze of light to the sexton, in his sudden transition from outer darkness. Some few persons were assembled, probably such as were engaged in the preparations, but there was one group which immediately caught his attention. Near the communion table stood 3 persons, habited in deep mourning, apparently occupied in examining the various monumental carvings that enriched the walls. Peter's office led him to that part of the church. About to descend into the vaults, to make the last preparations for the reception of the dead, with lantern in hand, keys, and a crowbar, he approached the party. Little attention was paid to the sexton's proceedings, till the harsh grating of the lock attracted their notice. Peter started as he beheld the face of one of the 3, and relaxing his hold upon the key, the strong bolt shot back in the lock. There was a whisper amongst the party. A light step was heard advancing towards him, and ere the sexton could sufficiently recover his surprise, or force open the door, a female figure stood by his side. The keen, inquiring stare which Peter bestowed upon the countenance of the young lady so much abashed her, that she hesitated in her purpose of addressing him, and hastily retired. "She here?" muttered Peter. "Nay, then, I must no longer withhold the dreaded secret from Luke, or Ranulph may, indeed, wrest his possessions from him."
Reinforced by her companions, an elderly lady, and a tall, handsome man, whose bearing and deportment bespoke him to be a soldier, the fair stranger again ventured towards Peter.
"You are the sexton?"
said she, addressing him in a voice sweet and musical.
"I am,"
returned Peter. It was harmony succeeded by dissonance. "You perhaps can tell us, then," said the elderly lady, "whether the funeral is likely to take place to-night. We thought it possible that the storm might altogether prevent it."
"The storm is over, and nearly as may be," replied Peter. "The body will soon be on its way. I am but now arrived from the hall."
"Indeed!" exclaimed the lady. "None of the family will be present, I suppose. Who's the chief mourner?"
"Young Sir Ranulph," answered the sexton. "There will be more of the family than were expected."
"Is Sir Ranulph returned?"
asked the young lady, with great agitation of manner.
"I thought he was abroad, that he was not expected. Are you sure you are rightly informed?"
"I parted with him at the hall not 10 minutes since," replied Peter. "He returned from France to-night, most unexpectedly."
"Oh, mother!" exclaimed the younger lady, "that this should be, that I should meet him here. Why did we come? Let us depart."
"Impossible," replied her mother. "The storm forbids it. This man's information is so strange, I scarce can credit it. Are you sure you have asserted the truth?" said she, addressing Peter.
"I am not accustomed to be doubted," answered he. "Other things as strange have happened at the hall."
"What mean you?" asked the gentleman, noticing this last remark.
You would not need to ask the question of me, had you been there amongst the other guests, retorted Peter. Odd things, I tell you, have been done there this night, and stranger things may occur before the morning. You are insolent, sir. I comprehend you not. Enough. I can comprehend you, replied Peter, significantly. I know the count of the mourners invited to this ceremonial, and I am aware that there are 3 too many. Know you this saucy knave, mother? I cannot recall him to mind, though I fancy I have seen him before. My recollection serves me better, lady, interposed Peter. I remember one who was once the proud heiress of Rookwood, ay, proud and beautiful. Then the house was filled with her gallant suitors. Swords were crossed for her, hearts bled for her, yet she favoured none, until one hapless hour Sir Reginald Rookwood had a daughter. Sir Reginald lost a daughter. Ha! See, I'm right. Well, he is dead and buried, and Reginald his son is dead likewise, and Piers is on his road thither, and you are the last, as in the course of nature you might have been the first. And now that they are all gone, you do rightly to bury your grievances with them. Silence, sir, exclaimed the gentleman, or I will beat your brains out with your own spade. No, let him speak, Vavasour, said the lady with an expression of anguish. He has awakened thoughts of other days. I have done, said Peter, and must to work. Will you descend with me, madam, into the sepulchre of your ancestry? All your family lie within. Ay, and the Lady Eleanor, your mother, amongst the number. Mrs. Mowbray signified her assent, and the party prepared to follow him. The sexton held the lantern so as to throw its light upon the steps as they entered the gloomy receptacle of the departed. Eleanor half repented having ventured within its dreary limits. So much did the appearance of the yawning catacombs, surcharged with mortality, and above all, the ghostly figure of the grim knight, affect her with dread, as she looked wistfully around. She required all the support her brother's arm could afford her, nor was Mrs. Mowbray altogether unmoved. And all the family are here interred, you say? inquired the latter. All, replied the sexton. Where, then, lies Sir Reginald's younger brother? Who? exclaimed Peter, starting. Alan Rookwood. What of him? Nothing of moment, but I thought you could perhaps inform me. He died young. He did, replied Peter, in an altered tone. Very young, but not before he had lived to an old age of wretchedness. Do you know his story, madam? I have heard it. From your father's lips? From Sir Reginald Rookwood's? Never. Call him not my father, sir. Even here I will not have him named so to me. Your pardon, madam, returned the sexton. Great cruelty was shown to the Lady Eleanor, and may well call forth implacable resentment in her child. Yet methinks the wrong he did his brother Alan was the foulest stain with which Sir Reginald's black soul was dyed. With what particular wrong dost thou charge Sir Reginald? demanded Major Mowbray. What injury did he inflict upon his brother Alan? He wronged his brother's honour, replied the sexton. He robbed him of his wife, poisoned his existence, and hurried him to an untimely grave. Eleanor shudderingly held back during this horrible narration, the hearing of which she would willingly have shunned had it been possible. Can this be true? asked the major. Too true, my son, replied Mrs. Mowbray, sorrowfully. And where lies the unfortunate Alan? asked Major Mowbray. Twixt 2 crossroads. Where else should the suicide lie? Evading any further question, Peter hastily traversed the vault, elevating the light so as to reveal the contents of each cell. One circumstance filled him with surprise and dismay. He could nowhere perceive the coffin of his daughter. In vain he peered into every catacomb. They were apparently undisturbed, and, with much internal marvelling and misgiving, Peter gave up the search. That vision is now explained, muttered he. The body is removed, but by whom? Death. Can I doubt? It must be Lady Rookwood. Who else can have any interest in its removal? She has acted boldly, but she shall yet have reason to repent her temerity.
As he continued his search, his companions silently followed. Suddenly he stopped, and, signifying that all was finished, they not unwillingly quitted this abode of horror, leaving him behind them.
"It is a dreadful place," whispered Eleanor to her mother. "Nor would I have visited it, had I conceived anything of its horrors. And that strange man, who or what is he?"
"Ay, who is he?" repeated Major Mowbray. "I recollect him now," replied Mrs. Mowbray. "He is one who has never been connected with the family. He had a daughter whose beauty was her ruin. It is a sad tale. I cannot tell it now. You have heard enough of misery and guilt. But that may account for his bitterness of speech. He was a dependent upon my poor brother." "Poor man," replied Eleanor.
"If he has been unfortunate, I pity him. I'm sorry we have been into that dreadful place. I am very faint, and I tremble more than ever at the thought of meeting Ranulph Rookwood again. I can scarcely support myself. I'm sure I shall not venture to look upon him. Had I dreamed of the likelihood of his attending the ceremony, rest assured, dear Eleanor, we should not have been here. But I was informed there was no possibility of his return. Compose yourself, my child. It will be a trying time to both of us, but it is now inevitable." At this moment the bell began to toll. "The procession has started," said Peter, as he passed the Mowbrays. "That bell announces the setting out." "See yonder persons hurrying to the door," exclaimed Eleanor with eagerness, and trembling violently. "They are coming. Oh, I shall never be able to go through with it, dear mother."
Peter hastened to the church door, where he stationed himself, in company with a host of others, equally curious. Flickering lights in the distance, shining like stars through the trees, showed them that the procession was collecting in front of the hall. The rain had now entirely ceased, the thunder muttered from afar, and the lightning seemed only to lick the moisture from the trees. The bell continued to toll, and its loud booming awoke the drowsy echoes of the valley. On the sudden, a solitary, startling concussion of thunder was heard, and presently a man rushed down from the belfry, with the tidings that he had seen a ball of fire from a cloud right over the hall. Every ear was on the alert for the next sound. None was heard. It was the crisis of the storm. Still the funeral procession advanced not. The strong sheen of the torchlight was still visible from the bottom of the avenue, now disappearing, now brightly glimmering, as if the bearers were hurrying to and fro amongst the trees. It was evident that much confusion prevailed, and that some misadventure had occurred. Each man muttered to his neighbor, and few were there who had not in a measure surmised the cause of the delay. At this juncture, a person without his hat, breathless with haste and almost palsied with fright, rushed amongst the midst of them, and stumbling over the threshold, fell headlong into the church.
"What's the matter, Master Plant? What has happened? Tell us, tell us," exclaimed several voices simultaneously. "Lord, have mercy upon us!" cried Plant, gasping for utterance, and not attempting to raise himself. "It's horrible, dreadful. Oh!"
"What has happened?" inquired Peter, approaching the fallen man.
"And dost thou need to ask, Peter Bradley, thou who foretold it all? But I will not say what I think, though my tongue itches to tell thee the truth. Be satisfied, thy wizard's lore has served thee right. He is dead." "Who? Ranulph Rookwood? Has anything befallen him, or the prisoner, Luke Bradley?" asked the sexton with eagerness. A scream here burst forth from one who was standing behind the group, and in spite of the efforts of her mother to withhold her, Eleanor Mowbray rushed forward. "Has aught happened to Sir Ranulph?" asked she. "No, no, not to Sir Ranulph. He be with the body." "Heaven be thanked for that!" exclaimed Eleanor; and then, as if ashamed of her own vehemence, and it might seem apparent indifference to her mother's fate, she inquired who was hurt. "It be poor neighbor Toft, that be killed by a thunderbolt, ma'am," replied Plant. Exclamations of horror burst from all around. No one was more surprised at this intelligence than the sexton. Like many other seers, he had not, in all probability, calculated upon the fulfilment of his predictions, and now he stared aghast at the extent of his own foreknowledge.
I tell 'ee what, Master Peter, said Plant, shaking his bullet head, it be well for thee thou didn't live in my grandfather's time, or thou'st have been ducked in a blanket, or maybe burnt at the stake like Ridley and Latimer, as we read on. But however that may be, ye shall hear how poor Toft's death came to pass, and nobody can tell 'ee better nor I, seeing I were near to him, poor fellow, at the time. Well, we thought as how the storm were over, and had all got into order of march, and we were just beginning to step up the avenue, the coffin bearers pushing lustily along, and the torches shining grandly, when poor Simon Toft, who could never travel well in liquor in his life, reeled to one side, and staggering against the first huge lime tree, sat himself down beneath it. Thou knowest the tree I mean. The tree of fate, returned Peter. I ought, methinks, to know it. Well, I were just stepping aside to pick him up, when all at once there comes such a crack of thunder, and whizzing through the trees flashed a great globe of red fire, so bright and dazzling it nearly blinded me, and when I opened my eyes, winking and watering, I seed that which blinded me more even than the flash, that which had just afore been poor Simon, but which was now a mass of black, smouldering ashes, clean consumed and destroyed, his clothes rent to 1,000 tatters, the earth and stones tossed up and scattered all about, and the great splinter of the tree lying beside him. Heaven's will be done, said the sexton. This is an awful judgment, and Satan cast down, for this is a spice of his handiwork, muttered Plant, adding, as he slunk away, if ever Peter Bradley do come to the blanket, dang me if I don't lend a helping hand. End of chapter 3, book 2. Chapter 4, Book 2 of Rookwood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 2, Chapter 4, The Funeral. How like a silent stream shaded by night, and gliding softly with our windy sighs, moves the whole frame of this solemnity, tears, sighs, and blacks filling the simile, whilst I, the only murmur in this grove of death, thus hollowly break forth. The Fatal Dowry. Word being given that the funeral train was fast approaching, the church door was thrown open, and the assemblage divided in 2 lines to allow it admission. Meanwhile, a striking change had taken place, even in this brief period, in the appearance of the night. The sky, heretofore curtained with darkness, was now illumined by a serene, soft moon, which, floating in a watery halo, tinged with silvery radiance the edges of a few ghostly clouds that hurried along the deep and starlit skies. The suddenness of the change could not fail to excite surprise and admiration, mingled with regret that the procession had not been delayed until the present time. Slowly and mournfully the train was seen to approach the churchyard, winding, 2 by 2, with melancholy step, around the corner of the road. First came Dr. Small, then the mutes, with their sable panoply, next the torch-bearers, next those who sustained the coffin, bending beneath their ponderous burden, followed by Sir Ranulph and a long line of attendants, all plainly to be distinguished by the flashing torchlight. There was a slight halt at the gate, and the coffin changed supporters. "Ill luck betide them," ejaculated Peter. "Could they find no other place except that to halt at? Must Sir Piers be gatekeeper till next Yule? No," added he, seeing what followed, "it will be poor Toft, after all." Following close upon the coffin came a rude shell, containing, as Peter rightly conjectured, the miserable remains of Simon Toft, who had met his fate in the manner described by Plant. The bolt of death glanced from the tree which it first struck, and reduced the unfortunate farmer to a heap of dust.
Universal consternation prevailed, and doubts were entertained as to what course should be pursued. It was judged best by Dr. Small to remove the remains at once to the charnel house. Thus, unanointed, unanelled, with all his imperfections on his head, was poor Simon Toft, in one brief second, in the twinkling of an eye, plunged from the height of festivity to the darkness of the grave, and so horribly disfigured that scarce a vestige of humanity was discernible in the mutilated mass that remained of him. Truly may we be said to walk in blindness and amidst deep pitfalls. The churchyard was thronged by the mournful train. The long array of dusty figures, the waving torchlight gleaming ruddily in the white moonshine, now glistening upon the sombre habiliments of the bearers, and on their shrouded load, now reflected upon the jagged branches of the yew trees, or falling upon the ivied buttresses of the ancient church, constituted no unimpressive picture. Over all, like a lamp hung in the still sky, shone the moon, shedding a soothing, spiritual lustre over the scene. The organ broke into a solemn strain as the coffin was borne along the mid-aisle, the mourners following with reverent step and slow. It was deposited near the mouth of the vault, the whole assemblage circling around it. Dr. Small proceeded with the performance of that magnificent service appointed for the burial of the dead, in a tone as remarkable for its sadness as for its force and fervour. There was a tear in every eye, a cloud on every brow. Brightly illumined as was the whole building, there were still some recesses which, owing to the intervention of heavy pillars, were thrown into shade, and in one of these, supported by her mother and brother, stood Eleanor, a weeping witness of the scene. She beheld the coffin silently borne along. She saw one dark figure slowly following. She knew those pale features. Oh, how pale they were! A year had wrought a fearful alteration. She could scarce credit what she beheld. He must, indeed, have suffered, deeply suffered, and her heart told her that his sorrows had been for her. Many a wistful look, besides, was directed to the principal figure in this ceremonial, Ranulph Rookwood. He was a prey to unutterable anguish of soul. His heart bled inwardly for the father he had lost. Mechanically following the body down the aisle, he had taken his station near it, gazing with confused vision upon the bystanders, had listened with a sad composure to the expressive delivery of Small, until he read, "For man walketh in a vain shadow, and disquieteth himself in vain. He heapeth up riches, and cannot tell who shall gather them." "Verily," exclaimed a deep voice, and Ranulph, looking round, met the eyes of Peter Bradley fixed full upon him. But it was evidently not the sexton who had spoken. Small continued the service. He arrived at this verse: "Thou hast set our misdeeds before thee, and our secret sins in the light of thy countenance." "Even so," exclaimed the voice; and as Ranulph raised his eyes in the direction of the sound, he thought he saw a dark figure, muffled in a cloak, disappear behind one of the pillars. He bestowed, however, at the moment, little thought upon this incident. His heart melted within him, and leaning his face upon his hand, he wept aloud. "Command yourself, I entreat of you, my dear Ranulph," said Dr. Small, as soon as the service was finished, "and suffer this melancholy ceremonial to be completed." Saying which, he gently withdrew Ranulph from his support, and the coffin was lowered into the vault. Ranulph remained for some time in the extremity of sorrow. When he in part recovered, the crowd had disappeared, and few persons were remaining within the church. Yet near him stood three apparent loiterers. They advanced towards him. An exclamation of surprise and joy burst from his lips. "Eleanor! Ranulph! Is it possible? Do I indeed behold you, Eleanor?" No other word was spoken. They rushed into each other's arms. Oh, sad, sad is the lovers' parting! no pang so keen. But if life hath a zest more exquisite than others, if felicity hath one drop more racy than the rest in her honeyed cup, it is the happiness enjoyed in such a union as the present. To say that he was as one raised from the depths of misery by some angel comforter were a feeble comparison of the transport of Ranulph. To paint the thrilling delight of Eleanor, the trembling tenderness, the fond abandonment which vanquished all her maiden scruples, would be impossible. Reluctantly yielding, fearing, yet complying, her lips were sealed in one long loving kiss, the sanctifying pledge of their tried affection. "Eleanor, dear Eleanor," exclaimed Ranulph, "though I hold you within my arms, though each nerve within my frame assures me of your presence, though I look into those eyes, which seem fraught with greater endearment than ever I have known them wear, though I see and feel and know all this, so sudden, so unlooked for is the happiness, that I could almost doubt its reality. Say to what blessed circumstance I am indebted for this unlooked for happiness." "We are staying not far hence, with friends, dear Ranulph; and my mother, hearing of Sir Piers Rookwood's death, and wishing to bury all animosity with him, resolved to be present at the sad ceremony. We were told you could not be here." "And would my presence have prevented your attendance, Eleanor?" "Not that, dear Ranulph, but what?" At this moment the advance of Mrs. Mowbray offered an interruption to their further discourse. "My son and I appear to be secondary in your regards, Sir Ranulph," said she, gravely. "Sir Ranulph," mentally echoed the young man. "What will she think when she knows that that title is not mine? I dread to tell her." He then added aloud, with a melancholy smile, "I crave your pardon, madam. The delight of a meeting so unexpected with your daughter must plead my apology." "None is wanting, Sir Ranulph," said Major Mowbray. "I, who have known what separation from my sister is, can readily excuse your feelings. But you look ill." "I have, indeed, experienced much mental anxiety," said Ranulph, looking at Eleanor. "It is now past, and I would fain hope that a brighter day is dawning." His heart answered, "'Twas but a hope." "You were unlooked for here to night, Sir Ranulph," said Mrs. Mowbray. "By us, at least. We were told you were abroad." "You were rightly informed, madam," replied Ranulph. "I only arrived this evening from Bordeaux." "I am glad you are returned. We are at present on a visit with your neighbours, the Davenhams, at Braybrook, and trust we shall see you there." "I will ride over to morrow," replied Ranulph. "There is much on which I would consult you all. I would have ventured to request the favour of your company at Rookwood, had the occasion been other than the present." "And I would willingly have accepted your invitation," returned Mrs. Mowbray. "I should like to see the old house once more. During your father's lifetime I could not approach it. You are a lord of broad lands, Sir Ranulph, a goodly inheritance, madam, and a proud title, which you will grace well, I doubt not. The first, the noblest of our house, as he from whom you derive your name. You are the third, Sir Ranulph. The first founded the house of Rookwood, the next advanced it. 'Tis for you to raise its glory to its height. Alas, madam, I have no such thought." "Wherefore not? You are young, wealthy, powerful. With such domains as those of Rookwood, with such a title as its lord can claim, naught should be too high for your aspirations." "I aspire to nothing, madam, but your daughter's hand, and even that I will not venture to solicit until you are acquainted with—" and he hesitated. "With what?" asked Mrs. Mowbray in surprise. "A singular, and to me most perplexing event has occurred to night," replied Ranulph, "which may materially affect my future fortunes." "Indeed!" exclaimed Mrs. Mowbray. "Does it relate to your mother?" "Excuse my answering the question now, madam," replied Ranulph. "You shall know all to morrow." "Ay, to morrow, dear Ranulph," said Eleanor; "and whatever that morrow may bring forth,
It will bring happiness to me if you are the bearer of the tidings."
"I shall expect your coming with impatience," said Mrs. Mowbray. "And I," added Major Mowbray, who had listened thus far in silence, "would offer you my services in any way you think they would be useful. Command me as you think fitting." "I thank you heartily," returned Ranulph. "Tomorrow you shall learn all. Meanwhile, it shall be my business to investigate the truth or falsehood of the statement I have heard, ere I report it to you. Till then, farewell." As they issued from the church, it was grey dawn. Mrs. Mowbray's carriage stood at the door. The party entered it, and, accompanied by Dr. Small, whom he found within, in the vestry, Ranulph walked towards the hall, where a fresh surprise awaited him. End of Book 2, Chapter 4. Chapter 5, Book 2 of Rookwood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 2, Chapter 5. The Captive. Black Will. "Which is the place where we're to be concealed?" Green. "This inner room." Black Will. "'Tis well. The word is, now I take you." Arden of Feversham. Guarded by the two young farmers who had displayed so much address in seizing him, Luke, meanwhile, had been conveyed in safety to the small chamber in the eastern wing, destined by Mr. Coates to be his place of confinement for the night. The room, or rather closet, opening from another room, was extremely well adapted for the purpose, having no perceptible outlet, being defended on either side by thick partition walls of the hardest oak, and at the extremity by the solid masonry of the mansion. It was, in fact, a remnant of the building anterior to the first Sir Ranulph's day, and the narrow limits of Luke's cell had been erected long before the date of his earliest progenitor. Having seen their prisoners safely bestowed, the room was carefully examined, every board sounded, every crevice and corner peered into by the curious eye of the little lawyer, and nothing being found insecure, the light was removed, the door locked, the rustic constables dismissed, and a brace of pistols having been loaded and laid upon the table, Mr. Coates pronounced himself thoroughly satisfied and quite comfortable. Comfortable. Titus heaved a sigh as he echoed the word. He felt anything but comfortable. His heart was with the body all the while. He thought of the splendor of the funeral, the torches, the illumined church, his own dignified march down the aisle, and the effect he expected to produce amongst the bewildered rustics. He thought of all these things, and cursed Luke by all the saints in the calendar. The sight of the musty old apartment, hung round with faded arras, which, as he said, smelt of nothing but rats and ghosts and such like varmint, did not serve to inspirit him, and the proper equilibrium of his temper was not completely restored until the appearance of the butler, with all the requisites for the manufacture of punch, afforded him by some prospective solace. "And what are they about now, Tim?" asked Titus. "As jolly as can be," answered the domestic. "Dr. Small is about to pronounce the funeral ration." "Devil take it!" ejaculated Titus. "There's another miss. Couldn't I just slip out and hear that?" "On no account," said Coates. "Consider, Sir Ranulph is there." "Well, well," rejoined Titus, heaving a deep sigh and squeezing a lemon. "Are you sure this is biling water, Tim? You know, I'm mighty particular." "Perfectly aware of it, sir." "Ah, Tim, do you recollect the way I used to brew for poor Sir Piers, with a bunch of red currants at the bottom of the glass? And then to think that, after all, I should be left out of his funeral. It's the height of barbarity. Tim, this rum of yours is poor stuff. There's no punch worth the trouble of drinking, except whiskey punch. A glass of right potheen, straw colour, peat flavour,
10 degrees over proof, would be the only thing to drown my cares. Any such thing in the cellar? There used to be an odd bottle or so, Tim, in the left bin, near the door." "I've a notion there be," returned Timothy. "I'll try the bin your honour mentions, and if I can lay hands upon a bottle, you shall have it, you may depend." The butler departed, and Titus, emulating Mr. Coates, who had already enveloped himself, like Juno, at the approach of Ixion, in a cloud, proceeded to light his pipe. Luke, meanwhile, had been left alone without light. He had so much to meditate upon, and with naught to check the currents of his thoughts, he pensively revolved his present situation and future prospects. The future was gloomy enough, the present fraught with danger, and now that the fever of excitement had passed, he severely reproached himself for his precipitancy. His mind, by degrees, assumed a more tranquil state, and, exhausted with his great previous fatigue, he threw himself upon the floor of his prison house, and addressed himself to slumber. The noise he made induced Coates to enter the room, which he did with a pistol in each hand, followed by Titus with a pipe and candle, but finding all safe, the sentinels retired. "One may see, with half an eye, that you're not used to a feather bed, my friend," said Titus, as the door was locked. "By the powers, he's a tall chap, anyhow. Why, his feet almost touch the door. I should say that room was a matter of 6 feet long, Mr. Coates." "Exactly 6 feet, sir." "Well, that's a good guess. Hang that ugly rascal Tim, he's never brought the whiskey. But I'll be even with him to morrow. Couldn't you just see to the prisoner for 10 minutes, Mr. Coates?" "Not 10 seconds. I shall report you, if you stir from your post." Here the door was opened, and Tim entered with the whiskey. "Ah, my soul, Tim, and here you are at last. Uncork it, man, and give us a thimbleful. Blob, there goes the stopper. Here's a glass," smacking his lips. "Whist, Tim, another drop. Stuff like this will never hurt a body. Mr. Coates, try it." "No, I thought you'd be a man of more taste." "I must limit you to a certain quantity," replied Coates, "or you will not be fit to keep guard. Another glass must be the extent of your allowance." "Another glass! And do you think I'll submit to any such iniquitous proposition?" "Beg pardon, gentlemen," said Tim, "but her ladyship desires me to tell you both that she trusts you will keep the strictest watch upon the prisoner. I have the same message also from Sir Ranulph." "Do you hear that?" said Coates. "And what are they all about now, Tim?" groaned Titus. "Just starting, sir," returned Tim; "and, indeed, I must not lose my time gossiping here, for I be wanted below. You must be pleased to take care of yourselves, gentlemen, for an hour or so, for there will be only a few womenkind left in the house. The storm's just over, and the men are all lighting their torches. Oh, it's a grand sight." And off set Tim. "Bad luck to myself, anyhow," ejaculated Titus. "This is more than I can bear. I've had enough of this watch and ward business. If the prisoner stirs, shoot him, if you think it proper. I'll be back in an hour." "I tell you what, Mr. Tyrconnel," said Coates, coolly taking up the pistol from the table, "I'm a man of few words, but those few are, I hope, to the purpose, and I'd have you to know, if you stir from that chair, or attempt to leave the room, damme but I'll send a brace of bullets after you. I'm serious, I assure you." And he cocked the pistol. By way of reply to this menace, Titus deliberately filled a stiff glass of whiskey and water. "That's your last glass," said the inexorable Coates. To return once more to Luke, he slept uneasily for some short space, and was awakened by a sound which reached his dreaming ears, and connected itself with the visions that slumber was weaving around him. It was some moments before he could distinctly remember where he was. He would not venture to sleep again, though he felt overwhelmed by drowsiness. There was a fixed pain in his heart, as if circulation were suspended. Changing his posture, he raised himself upon one arm. He then became aware of a scratching noise, somewhat similar to the sound he had heard in his dream,
and perceived a light gleaming through a crevice in the oaken partition. His attention was immediately arrested, and placing his eye close to the chink, he distinctly saw a dark lantern burning, and by its light a man filing some implement of housebreaking. The light fell before the hard features of the man, with whose countenance Luke was familiar, and although only one person came within the scope of his view, Luke could make out, from a muttered conversation that was carried on, that he had a companion. The parties were near to him, and though speaking in a low tone, Luke's quick ear caught the following. "What keeps Jack Palmer, I wonder?" said one of the file. "We're all ready for the fakement, props primed. I tell you what, Rob Rust, I've made my clasp knife as sharp as a razor, and damn, if Lady Rookwood offers any assistance, I'll spoil her taking in future. I promise you." Suppressed laughter from Rust followed this speech. That laugh made Luke's blood run cold with his veins. "Harkee, Dick Wilder, you're a reg'lar out and out, and stops at nothing, and curse me if I think any more of it than yourself. But Jack's as squeamish of bloodshed as young miss that cries at a cut finger. It's the safer plan, say what you will. Nothing but that will stop a woman's tongue. I shall make short work with her ladyship to-night, anyhow. Hist! Here Jack comes." A footstep crossed the room, and presently afterwards exclamations of surprise and smothered laughter were heard from the parties. "Bravo, Jack! Famous! That disguise would deceive the devil himself." "And now, my lads," said the newcomer, "is all right?" "Right and tight." "Nothing forgotten?" "Nothing." "Then off with your stamps, and on with your list slippers. Not a word. Follow me, and for your lives, don't move a step but as I direct you. The word must be, Sir Piers Rookwood calls. We'll overhaul the swag here. This crap may make us all for life, and if you'll follow my directions implicitly, we'll do the trick in style. This slum must be our rendezvous when all's over, for hark ye, my lads, I'll not budge an inch till Luke Bradley be set free. He's an old friend, and I always stick by old friends. I'd do the same for one of you, if you were in the same scrape, so damn you, no flinching. Besides, I owe that spider-shanked, snivelling split calls Coates, who stands sentry, a grudge, and I'll pay him off, as Paul did the Ephesians. You may crop his ears, or slit his tongue, as you would a magpie's, or any other chattering varmint. Make him sign his own testament, or treat him with a touch of your habeas corpus act, if you think proper, or give him a taste of blue plum. One thing only I stipulate, that you don't hurt that fat, mutton-headed Broganeer, whatever he may say or do. He's a devilish good fellow. And now to business." Saying which, they noiselessly departed, but carefully as the door was closed, Luke's ear could detect the sound. His blood boiled with indignation, and he experienced what all must have felt who had been similarly situated, with the will, but not the power, to assist another, a sensation almost approaching to torture. At this moment a distant scream burst upon his ears. Another. He hesitated no longer. With all his force he thundered at the door. "What do you want, rascal?" cried Coates from without. "There are robbers in the house." "Thank you for the information. There is one I know of already." "Fool! They're in Lady Rookwood's room. Run to her assistance." "A likely story, and leave you here. Do you hear that scream? Eh? What's that? I do hear something." Here Luke dashed with all his force against the door. It yielded to the blow, and he stood before the astonished attorney. "Advance a footstep, villain!" exclaimed Coates, presenting both his pistols, "and I lodge a brace of balls in your head." "Listen to me," said Luke. "The robbers are in Lady Rookwood's chamber. They will plunder the place of everything, perhaps murder her. Fly to her assistance. I will accompany you, assist you. It is your only chance." "My only chance? Your only chance? Do you take me for a greenhorn? This is a poor subterfuge. Could you not have vamped up something better? Get back to your own room, or I shall make no more of shooting you than I would of snuffing that candle." "Be advised, sir," continued Luke. "There are 3 of them. Give me a pistol, and fear nothing." "Give you a pistol? Ha! To be its mark myself. You are an amusing rascal, I will say. Sir, I tell you not a moment is to be lost. Is life nothing? Lady Rookwood may be murdered."
I tell you, once for all, it won't do. Go back to your room, or take the consequences." "By the powers, but it shall do, anyhow," exclaimed Titus, flinging himself upon the attorney, and holding both his arms. "You've bullied me long enough. I'm sure the lad's in the right." Luke snatched the pistols from the hands of Coates. "Very well, Mr. Tyrconnel, very well, sir," cried the attorney, boiling with wrath, and spluttering out his words. "Extremely well, sir. You are not perhaps aware, sir, what you have done, but you will repent this, sir. Repent, I say. Repent was my word, Dr. Tyrconnel." "Poh, poh," replied Titus. "I shall never repent a good-natured action." "Follow me," cried Luke. "Settle your disputes hereafter. Quick, or we shall be too late." Coates bustled after him, and Titus, putting the neck of the forbidden whiskey bottle to his lips, and gulping down a hasty mouthful, snatched up a rusty poker, and followed the party with more alacrity than might have been expected from so portly a personage. End of Chapter 5, Book 2. Chapter 6, Book 2 of Rookwood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 2, Chapter 6. The Apparition. Gibbet. "Well, gentlemen, 'tis a fine night for our enterprise." Hounslow. "Dark as hell." Bagshot. "And blows like the devil." Boniface. "You'll have no creature to deal with but the ladies." Gibbet. "And I can assure you, friend, there's a great deal of address and good manners in robbing a lady. I am the most of a gentleman that way that ever travelled the road." Bow Stratagem. Accompanied by her son, Lady Rookwood, on quitting the chamber of the dead, returned to her own room. She then renewed all her arguments, had recourse to passionate supplications, to violent threats, but without effect. Ranulph maintained profound silence. Passion, as it ever doth, defeated its own ends, and Lady Rookwood, seeing the ill effect her anger would probably produce, gradually softened the asperity of her manner, and suffered him to depart. Left to herself, and to the communings of her own troubled spirit, her fortitude, in a measure, forsook her, under the pressure of the difficulties by which she was environed. There was no plan she could devise, no scheme adopt, unattended with peril. She must act alone, with promptitude and secrecy. To win her son over was her chief desire, and that, at all hazards, she was resolved to do. But how? She knew of only one point on which he was vulnerable, his love for Eleanor Mowbray. By raising doubts in his mind, and placing fresh difficulties in his path, she might compel him to acquiesce in her machinations, as a necessary means of accomplishing his own object. This she hoped to effect. Still, there was a depth of resolution in the placid stream of Ranulph's character, which she had often noticed with apprehension. Aware of his firmness, she dreaded lest his sense of justice should be stronger than his passion. As she wove these webs of darkness, fear, hitherto unknown, took possession of her soul. She listened to the howling of the wind, to the vibration of the rafters, to the thunder's roar and the hissing rain, till she, who never trembled at the thought of danger, became filled with vague uneasiness. Lights were ordered, and when her old attendant returned, Lady Rookwood fixed a look so wistful upon her that Agnes ventured to address her. "Bless you, my lady," said the ancient handmaiden, trembling. "You look very pale, and no wonder. I feel sick at heart too. Oh, I shall be glad when they return from the church, and happier still when the morning dawns. I can't sleep a wink, can't close my eyes, but I think of him." "Of him?" "Of Sir Piers, my lady, for though he's dead, I don't think he's gone." "How?" "Why, my lady, the corruptible part of him's gone, sure enough, but the incorruptible, as Dr. Small calls it, the spirit, my lady, it might be my fancy, your ladyship, but as I'm standing here,
When I went back into the room just now for the lights, as I hoped to live, I thought I saw Sir Piers in the room."
"You are crazed, Agnes."
"No, my lady, I'm not crazed. It was mere fancy, no doubt. Oh, it's a blessed thing to live with an easy conscience, a thrice blessed thing to die with an easy one, and that's what I never shall, I'm afeard. Poor Sir Piers, I'd mumble a prayer for him if I durst."
"Leave me," said Lady Rookwood, impatiently, and Agnes quitted the room. "What if the dead can return?" thought Lady Rookwood. "All men doubt it, yet all men believe it. I would not believe it, were there not a creeping horror that overmasters me when I think of the state beyond the grave, that intermediate state, for such it be, where the body lieth mouldering in the ground, and the soul survives to wander unconfined until the hour of doom. And doth the soul survive when disenthralled? Is it dependent on the body? Does it perish with the body? These are doubts I cannot resolve. But if I deemed there was no future state, this hand should at once liberate me from my own weakness, my fears, my life. There is but one path to acquire that knowledge, which, once taken, can never be retraced. I am content to live, while living to be feared, it may be hated, when dead to be contemned, yet still remembered. Ha! What sound was that? A stifled scream! Agnes! Without there! She's full of fears. I'm not free from them myself, but I will shake them off. This will divert their channel," continued she, drawing from her bosom the marriage certificate. "This will arouse the torpid current of my blood. Piers Rookwood to Susan Bradley. And by whom was it solemnized? The name is Checkley, Richard Checkley. Ah! I bethink me a papist priest, a recusant, who was for some time an inmate of the hall. I have heard of this man. He was afterwards imprisoned, but escaped. He's either dead or in a foreign land. No witnesses. 'Tis well. Methinks Sir Piers Rookwood did well to preserve this. I shall light his funeral pyre. Would he could now behold me as I consume it." She held the paper in the direction of the candle, but ere it could touch the flame, it dropped from her hand. As if her horrible wish had been granted, before her stood the figure of her husband. Lady Rookwood started not. No sign of trepidation or alarm, save the sudden stiffening of her form, was betrayed. Her bosom ceased to palpitate, her respiration stopped, her eyes were fixed upon the apparition. The figure appeared to regard her sternly. It was at some little distance within the shade cast by the lofty bedstead. She could distinctly discern it. There was no ocular deception. It was attired in the costume Sir Piers was wont to wear, a hunting dress. All that her son had told her rushed to her recollection. The phantom advanced. Its countenance was pale, and wore a gloomy frown. "What would you destroy?" demanded the apparition, in a hollow tone.
"The evidence of—"
"What?"
"Your marriage."
"With yourself, accursed woman?"
"With Susan Bradley."
"What's that I hear?" shouted the figure, in an altered tone. "Married to her! Then Luke is legitimate, and heir to his estate."
Whereupon the apparition rushed to the table, and laid a very substantial grasp upon the document.
"A marriage certificate!" ejaculated the spectre.
"Here's a piece of luck. It ain't often in our lottery life we draw a prize like this. One way or the other, it must turn up a few cool thousands." "Restore that paper, villain!" exclaimed Lady Rookwood, recovering all the audacity natural to her character the instant she discovered the earthly nature of the intruder. "Restore it, or by heaven you shall rue your temerity."
"Softly, softly," replied the pseudo phantom, with one hand pushing back the lady, while the other conveyed the precious document to the custody of this nether man. "Softly," said he, giving the buckskin pocket a slap. "2 words to that, my lady. I know its value as well as yourself, and must make my market. The highest offer has me, your ladyship, but he's a poor auctioneer that knocks down his ware when only one bidder is present. Luke Bradley, or as I find he is now, Sir Luke Rookwood, may come down more handsomely." "Who are you, ruffian, and to what end is this masquerade assumed?
if for the purpose of terrifying me into compliance with the schemes of that madman Luke Bradley, whom I presume to be your confederate, your labor is misspent. Your stolen disguise has no more weight with me than his forged claims. Forged claims? Egad, he must be a clever hand to have forged that certificate. Your ladyship, however, is in error. Sir Luke Rookwood is no associate of mine. I am his late father's friend, but I have no time to bandy talk. What money have you in the house? Be alive! You are a robber, then? Not I. I'm a tax gatherer, a collector of rich rates. Ha, 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 ha. What plate have you got? Nay, don't be alarmed. Take it quietly. These things can't be helped. Better make up your mind to do it without more ado. Much the best plan. No screaming. It may injure your lungs, and can alarm nobody. Your maids have done as much before. It's beneath your dignity to make so much noise. So you will not heed me, as you will. Saying which, he deliberately cut the bell cord, and drew out a brace of pistols at the same time. Agnes! Shrieked Lady Rookwood, now seriously alarmed. I must caution your ladyship to be silent, said the robber, who, as our readers will no doubt have already conjectured, was no other than the redoubted Jack Palmer. Agnes is already disposed of, said he, cocking a pistol. However, like your deceased lord and master I may appear, you will find you have got a very different spirit from that of Sir Piers to deal with. I am naturally the politest man breathing, have been accounted the best bred man on the road by every lady whom I've had the honour of addressing, and I should be sorry to sully my well-earned reputation by anything like rudeness. I must use a little force, of the gentlest kind. Perhaps you will permit me to hand you a chair. Bless me, what a wrist your ladyship has got. Excuse me if I hurt you, but you are so devilish strong. But ho, Sir Piers Rookwood calls. Ready, cried a voice. That's the word, rejoined another. Ready! And immediately 2 men, their features entirely hidden by a shroud of black crape, accoutred in rough attire, and each armed with pistols, rushed into the room. Lend a hand, said Jack. Even in this perilous extremity, Lady Rookwood's courage did not desert her. Anticipating their purpose, ere her assailants could reach her, she extricated herself from Palmer's grasp, and rushed upon the foremost, so unexpectedly that, before the man could seize her, she snatched a pistol from his hand, and presented it at the group with an aspect like that of a tigress at bay, her eye wandering from one to the other, as if selecting a mark. There was a pause of a few seconds, in which the men glanced at the lady, and then at their leader. Jack looked blank. Hem, said he, coolly. This is something new. Disarmed, defied by a petticoat. Hark ye, Rob Rust, the disgrace rests with you. Clear your character by securing her at once. What? Afraid of a woman? A woman! Repeated Rust in a surly tone. Devilish like a woman, indeed. Few men could do what she has done. Give the word, and I fire. As to seizing her, that's more than I'll engage to do. You are a coward, cried Jack. I will steer clear of blood, if I can help it. Come, madam, surrender, like the more sensible part of your sex. At discretion. You will find resistance of no avail. And he stepped boldly towards her. Lady Rookwood pulled the trigger. The pistol flashed in the pan. She flung away the useless weapon without a word. Ha, 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 said Jack, as he leisurely stooped to pick up the pistol, and approached her ladyship. The bullet is not yet cast, that is to be my billet. Here, he said, dealing Rust a heavy thump on the shoulder with the butt end of the piece. Take back your snapper, and look, you prick the touch-hole, or your barking iron will never bite for you. And now, madam, I must take the liberty of again handing you to a seat. Dick Wilder, the cord, quick. It distresses me to proceed to such lengths with your ladyship, but safe bind, safe find, as Mr. Coach would say. You will not bind me, ruffian. Your ladyship is very much mistaken. I have no alternative. Your ladyship's wrist is far too dexterous to be at liberty. I must furthermore request of your ladyship to be less vociferous. You interrupt business, which should be transacted with silence and deliberation. Lady Rookwood's rage and vexation at this indignity were beyond all bounds. Resistance, however, was useless, and she submitted in silence.
The cord was passed tightly around her arms, when it flashed upon her recollection for the first time that Coates and Tyrconnel, who were in charge of her captive in the lower corridor, might be summoned to her assistance. This idea no sooner crossed her mind than she uttered a loud and prolonged scream. "Steve!" cried Jack, "civility is wasted here. Give me the gag, Rob." "Better slip her squeaking pipe at once," replied Rust, drawing his clasp knife. "She'll thwart everything. The gag, I say, not that." "I can't find the gag," exclaimed Wilder, savagely. "Leave Rob Rust to manage her. He'll silence her, I'll warrant you, while you and I rummage the room." "Ay, leave her to me," said the other miscreant. "Go about your business, and take no heed. Her hands are fast, she can't scratch. I'll do it with a single gash. Send her to join her lord, whom she loves so well, before he's underground. They'll have something to see when they come home from the master's funeral. Their mistress cut and dry for another." "Mercy, mercy!" shrieked Lady Rookwood. Ay, I'll be merciful," said Rust, brandishing his knife before her eyes. "I'll not be long about it. Leave her to me. I'll give her a taste of Sir Sidney." No, Rust. No bloodshed," said Jack, authoritatively. "I'll find some other way to gag the jade." At this moment, a noise of rapid footsteps was heard within the passage. "Assistance comes!" screamed Lady Rookwood. "Help! Help!" "To the door!" cried Jack. The words were scarcely out of his mouth before Luke dashed into the room, followed by Coates and Tyrconnel. Palmer and his companions levelled their pistols at the intruders, and the latter would have fired, but Jack's keen eye having discerned Luke amongst the foremost, checked further hostilities for the present. Lady Rookwood, meanwhile, finding herself free from restraint, rushed towards her deliverers, and crouched beneath Luke's protecting arms, which were extended, pistol in hand, over her head. Behind them stood Titus Tyrconnel, flourishing the poker, and Mr. Coates, who, upon the sight of so much warlike preparation, began somewhat to repent having rushed so precipitately into the lion's den. "Luke Bradley!" exclaimed Palmer, stepping forward. "Luke Bradley!" echoed Lady Rookwood, recoiling and staring into his face. "Fear nothing, madam," cried Luke. "I'm here to assist you. I will defend you with my life." "You defend me?" exclaimed Lady Rookwood, doubtfully. "Even I," cried Luke, "strange as it may sound." "Holy powers protect me!" ejaculated Titus. "As I live, it is Sir Piers himself." "Sir Piers?" echoed Coates, catching the infection of terror as he perceived Palmer more distinctly. "What! Is the dead come to life again? A ghost! A ghost!" "By my soul," cried Titus, "it's the first ghost I ever heard that committed a burglary in its own house, and on the night of the body's burial, too. But who the devil are these? Maybe they're ghosts likewise." "They are," said Palmer, in a hollow tone, mimicking the voice of Sir Piers. "Attendant spirits. We are come for this woman. Her time is out. So no more palavering, Titus. Lend a hand to take her to the churchyard, and be hanged to you." "Upon my conscience, Mr. Coates," cried Titus, "it's either the devil or Sir Piers. We'll be only in the way here. He's only just settling his old scores with his lady. I thought it would come to this long ago. We'd best beat a retreat." Jack took advantage of the momentary confusion created by this incidental alarm at his disguise to direct Rust towards the door which the newcomers had entered, and this being accomplished, he burst into a loud laugh. "What! Not know me?" cried he. "Not know your old friend with a new face, Luke? Not you, Titus? Nor you, who I see through a millstone, Lawyer Coates? Don't you recognize?" "Jack Palmer, as I'm a sinner!" cried Titus. "Why, this beats Bannigan. Ah, Jack, honey, what does this mean? Is it yourself I see in such company? You're not robbing in earnest?" "Indeed, but I am, friend Titus," exclaimed Jack. "And it is my own self, you see. I just took the liberty of borrowing Sir Piers's old hunting coat from the justice room. You said my toggery wouldn't do for the funeral. I'm no other than plain Jack Palmer, after all." "With half a dozen aliases at your back, I dare say," cried Coates. "I suspected you all along. All your praise of highwaymen was not lost upon me. No, I can see into a millstone, be it ever so thick." "Well," replied Jack, "I'm sorry to see you here, friend Titus. Keep quiet, and you shall come to no harm. As to you, Luke Bradley, you have anticipated my intention by half an hour. I meant to set you free.
For you, Mr. Coates, you may commit all future care of your affairs to your executors, administrators, and assigns. You will have no further need to trouble yourself with worldly concerns," added he, levelling a pistol at the attorney, who, however, shielded himself in an agony of apprehension behind Luke's person. "Stand aside, Luke." "I stir not," replied Luke. "I thank you for your good intention, and will not injure you. That is, if you do not force me to do so. I am here to defend her ladyship." "What's that you say?" returned Jack, in surprise. "Defend her ladyship?" "With my life," replied Luke. "Let me counsel you to depart." "Are you mad? Defend her, Lady Rookwood, your enemy? Who would hang you? Tut, tut, stand aside, I say, Luke Bradley, or look to yourself." "You had better consider well ere you proceed," said Luke. "You know me of old. I have taken odds as great, and not come off the vanquished." "The odds are even," cried Titus. "If Mr. Coates will but show fight, I'll stand by you to the last, my dear boy. You're the right son of your father, though on the wrong side. Och, Jack Palmer, my jewel, no wonder you resemble Dick Turpin." "You hear this?" cried Luke. "Hot-headed fool," muttered Jack. "Why don't you shoot him on the spot?" said Wilder. "And mar my own chance," thought Jack. "No, that will never do. His life is not to be thrown away. Be quiet," said he, in a whisper to Wilder. "I've another card to play, which shall serve us better than all the plunder here. No harm must come to that youngster. His life is worth thousands to us." Then, turning to Luke, he continued, "I'm loth to hurt you, yet what can I do? You must have the worst of it if we come to a pitched battle. I therefore advise you, as a friend, to draw off your forces. We are 3-3, it is true, but 2 of your party are unarmed." "Unarmed!" interrupted Titus. "Devil burn me, this iron shillelah shall convince you the contrary, Jack, or any of your friends." "Make ready then, my lads," cried Palmer. "Stop a minute," exclaimed Coates. "This gets serious. It will end in homicide, in murder. We shall all have our throats cut to a certainty, and though these rascals will as certainly be hanged for it, that will be poor satisfaction to the sufferers. Had we not better refer the matter to arbitration?" "I'm for fighting it out," said Titus, whisking the poker round his head like a flail in action. "My blood's up. Come on, Jack Palmer, I'm for you." "I should vote for retreating," chattered the attorney, "if that cursed fellow had not placed a ne exeat at the door." "Give the word, captain," replied Rust, impatiently. "Ay, ay," echoed Wilder. "A skilful general always parleys," said Jack. "A word in your ear, Luke, ere that be done which cannot be undone." "You mean me no treachery?" returned Luke. Jack made no answer, but, uncocking his pistols, deposited them within his pockets. "Shoot him as he advances," whispered Coates. "He's in your power now." "Scoundrel!" replied Luke. "Do you think me as base as yourself?" "Hush, hush! For God's sake, don't expose me," said Coates. Lady Rookwood had apparently listened to this singular conference with sullen composure, though in reality she was racked with anxiety as to its results, and, now apprehending that Palmer was about to make an immediate disclosure to Luke, she accosted him as he passed her. "Unbind me," cried she, "and what you wish shall be yours. Money, jewels, ha! May I depend? I pledge my word." Palmer untied the cord, and Lady Rookwood, approaching a table whereon stood the escritoire, touched a spring, and a secret drawer flew open. "You do this of your own free will?" asked Luke. "Speak, if it be otherwise." "I do," returned the lady, hastily. Palmer's eyes glistened at the treasures exposed to his view. "They are the jewels of countless price. Take them, and rid me," she added, in a whisper, "of him." "Luke Bradley?" "Ay." "Give them to me." "They are yours freely, on those terms." "You hear that, Luke?" cried he, aloud. "You hear it, Titus? This is no robbery. Mr. Coates, know all men by these presents. I call you to witness. Lady Rookwood gives me these pretty things." "I do," returned she, adding in a whisper, "on the terms which I proposed." "Must it be done at once?" "Without an instant's delay." "Before your own eyes?" "I fear not to look on. Each moment is precious. He's off guard now. You do it, you know, in self-defence." "And you?" "For the same cause." "Yet he came here to aid you." "What of that?" He would have risked his life for yours. I cannot pay back the obligation. He must die. The document will be useless then. Will not that suffice? Why aim at life? You trifle with me. You fear to do it. Fear? About it, then. You shall have more gold. I will about it, cried Jack, throwing the casket to Wilder, and seizing Lady Rookwood's hands. I am no Italian bravo, madam, no assassin, no remorseless cutthroat. What are you, devil or woman? Who asked me to do this? Luke Bradley, I say. Would you betray me? cried Lady Rookwood. You have betrayed yourself, madam. Nay, nay, Luke, hands off. See, Lady Rookwood, how you would treat a friend. This strange fellow would blow out my brains for laying a finger upon your ladyship. I will suffer no injury to be done to her, said Luke. Release her. Your ladyship hears him, said Jack, and you, Luke, shall earn the value set upon your generosity. You will not have her injured. This instant she has proposed, nay, paid, for your assassination. How? Exclaimed Luke, recoiling. A lie, as black as hell, cried Lady Rookwood. A truth, as clear as heaven, retained Jack. I will speedily convince you of the fact. Then, turning to Lady Rookwood, he whispered, Shall I give him the marriage document? Beware, said Lady Rookwood. Do I avouch the truth, then? She was silent. I am answered, said Luke. Then leave her to her fate, cried Jack. No, replied Luke, she is still a woman, and I will not abandon her to ruffianly violence. Set her free. You are a fool, said Jack. Hurrah! Hurrah! vociferated Coates, who had rushed to the window. Rescue! Rescue! They are returning from the church. I see the torchlight in the avenue. We are saved. Hell and the devil, cried Jack. Not an instant is to be lost. Alive, lads! Bring off all the plunder you can. Be handy. Lady Rookwood, I bid you farewell, said Luke, in a tone in which scorn and sorrow were blended. We shall meet again. We have not parted yet, returned she. Will you let this man pass? £1,000 for his life. Upon the nail? asked Rust. By the living God, if any of you attempt to touch him, I will blow his brains out upon the spot, be he friend or foe, cried Jack. Luke Bradley, we shall meet again. You shall hear from me. Lady Rookwood, said Luke as he departed, I shall not forget this night. Is all ready? asked Palmer of his comrades. All. Then budge. Stay, cried Lady Rookwood in a whisper to him. What will purchase that document? £1,000? Double it. It shall be doubled. I will turn it over. Resolve me now. You shall hear from me. In what manner? I will find speedy means. Your name is Palmer? Palmer is the name he goes by, your ladyship, replied Coates. But it is the fashion with these rascals to have an alias. Ha ha! said Jack, thrusting the ramrod into his pistol barrel. Are you there, Mr. Coates? Pay your wager, sir. What wager? The 100 we bet that you would take me if ever you had the chance. Take you? It was Dick Turpin I betted to take. I am Dick Turpin. That's my alias, replied Jack. Dick Turpin! Then I'll have a snap at you at all hazards, replied Coates, springing suddenly towards him. And I at you, said Turpin, discharging his pistol right in the face of the rash attorney. There's a quittance in full. End of chapter 6, book 2. Chapter 1, Book 3 of Rookwood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 3. The Gipsy. Lay a garland on my hearse of the dismal yew. Maidens willow branches bear, say I died true. My love was false, but I was firm from my hour of birth. Upon my buried body lie lightly gentle earth. Beaumont and Fletcher. Chapter 1. A Morning Ride.
I had a sister, who among the race of gipsies was the fairest. Fair she was in gentle blood, and gesture to her beauty. Brome. On quitting Lady Rookwood's chamber, Luke speeded along the gloomy corridor, descended the spiral stairs, and, swiftly traversing sundry other dark passages, issued from a door at the back of the house. Day was just beginning to break. His first object had been to furnish himself with a means to expedite his flight, and, perceiving no one in the yard, he directed his hasty steps towards the stable. The door was fortunately unfastened, and, entering, he found a strong roan horse, which he knew, from description, had been his father's favourite hunter, and to the use of which he now considered himself fully entitled. The animal roused himself as he approached, shook his glossy coat, and neighed, as if he recognised the footsteps and voice. "Thou art mistaken, old fellow," said Luke. "I am not he thou thinkest. Nevertheless, I am glad thy instinct would have it so. If thou bearest my father's son as thou hast borne thy old master, o'er many a field for many a day, he need not fear the best mounted of his pursuers. So ho, come hither, Rook." The noble steed turned at the call. Luke hastily saddled him, vaulted upon his back, and, disregarding every impediment in the shape of fence or ditch, shaped his course across the field towards the sexton's cottage, which he reached just as his owner was in the act of unlocking his door. Peter testified his delight and surprise at the escape of his grandson, by a greeting of chuckling laughter. "How! Escaped?" exclaimed he. "Who has delivered you from the hands of the Moabites? Ha! But why do I ask? Who could it have been but Jack Palmer?" "My own hands have set me free," returned Luke. "I am indebted to no man for liberty, still less to him. But I cannot tarry here. Each moment is precious. I came to request you to accompany me to the gipsy encampment. Will you go, or not?" "And mount behind you?" replied Peter. "I like not the manner of conveyance." "Farewell, then," and Luke turned to depart. "Stay, that is Sir Piers's horse, old Rook. I care not if I do ride him." "Quick, then, mount." "I will not delay you a moment," rejoined the sexton, opening his door and throwing his implements into the cottage. "Back, Mole! Back, sir!" cried he, as the dog rushed out to greet him. "Bring your steed nigh this stone, grandson Luke. There, a little nearer. All's right." And away they galloped. The sexton's first inquiries were directed to ascertain how Luke had accomplished his escape; and, having satisfied himself in this particular, he was content to remain silent, musing, it might be, on the incidents detailed to him. The road Luke chose was a rough, unfrequented lane, that skirted for nearly a mile the moss-grown railings of the park. It then diverged to the right, and seemed to bear towards a range of hills rising in the distance. High hedges impeded the view on either side, but there were occasional gaps, affording glimpses of the tract of country through which he was riding. Meadows were seen steaming with heavy dews, intersected by a deep channeled stream, whose course was marked by a hanging cloud of vapour, as well as by a row of melancholy pollard willows that stood like stripped, shivering urchins by the riverside. Other fields succeeded, yellow with the golden grain, or bright with flowering clover, the autumnal crop, coloured with every shade from the light green of the turnip to the darker verdure of the bean, the various products of the teeming land. The whole was backed by round, drowsy masses of trees. Luke spoke not, nor abated his furious course, till the road began to climb a steep ascent. He then drew in the rein, and from the heights of the acclivity surveyed the plain over which he had passed. It was a rich agricultural district, with little picturesque beauty, but much of true English endearing loveliness to recommend it. Such a quiet, pleasing landscape, in short, as one views at such season of the year from every eminence in every country of our merry isle. The picture was made up of a tract of land, filled with corn ripe for the sickle, or studded with sheaves of the same golden produce, enlivened with green meadows, so deeply luxuriant as to claim the scythe for the second time, each divided from the other by thick hedgerows, the uniformity of which was broken ever and anon by some towering elm, tall poplar, or wide branching oak. Many old farmhouses, with their broad barns and crowded haystacks, forming little villages in themselves, ornamented the landscape at different points, and by their substantial look evidenced the fertility of the soil, and the thriving condition of its inhabitants. Some 3 miles distant might be seen the scattered hamlet of Rookwood, the dark russet thatch of its houses scarcely perceptible amidst the embrowned foliage of the surrounding timber. The site of the village was, however, pointed out by the square tower of the antique church, that crested the summit of the adjoining hill; and although the hall was entirely hidden from view, Luke readily traced out its locality amidst the depths of the dark grove in which it was embosomed. This goodly prospect had other claims to attention in Luke's eye besides its agricultural or pictorial merit. It was, or he deemed it was, his own. Far as his eye ranged, yea, even beyond the line of vision, the estates of Rookwood extended.
"D'ye see that house below us in the valley?"
asked Peter of his companion. "I do," replied Luke. "A snug old house, a model of a farm. Everything looks comfortable and well to do about it. There are a dozen lusty haystacks or thereabouts, and the great barn, with its roof yellowed like gold, looks built for a granary, and there are stables, kine houses, orchards, dovecotes, and fish ponds, and an old circular garden with wall fruit in abundance. He should be a happy man and a wealthy one who dwells therein."
"He dwells therein no longer,"
returned Peter. "He died last night." "How do you know that? None are stirring in the house as yet."
"The owner of that house, Simon Toft," replied Peter, "was last night struck by a thunderbolt. He was one of the coffin bearers at your father's funeral. They are sleeping within the house, you say? 'Tis well. Let them sleep on. They will awaken too soon, when wake they may."
"Peace!" cried Luke. "You blight everything. Even this smiling landscape you would turn to gloom. Does not the morn awaken a happier train of thoughts within your mind? With me it makes amends for want of sleep, effaces resentment, and banishes every black misgiving. 'Tis a joyous thing thus to scour the country at earliest dawn, to catch all the spirit and freshness of the morning, to be abroad before the lazy world is half awake, to make the most of a brief existence, and to have spent a day of keen enjoyment, almost before the day begins with some. I like to anticipate the rising of the glorious luminary, to watch every line of light changing as at this moment, from shuddering grey to blushing rose. See how the heavens are dyed. Who would exchange yon gorgeous spectacle?" continued he, pointing towards the east, and again urging his horse to full speed down the hill, endangering the sexton's seat, and threatening to impale him upon the crupper of the saddle. "Who would exchange that sight, and the exhilarating feeling of this fresh morn, for a couch of eiderdown, and a headache in reversion?"
"I, for one," returned the sexton sharply, "would willingly exchange it for that, or any other couch, provided it rid me of this accursed crupper which galls me sorely. Moderate your pace, grandson Luke, or I must throw myself off the horse in self-defence."
Luke slackened his charger's pace, in compliance with the sexton's wish.
"Ah, well," continued Peter, restored in a measure to comfort, "now I can contemplate the sunrise which you laud, somewhat at mine ease. 'Tis a fine sight, I doubt not, to the eyes of youth, and to the sanguine soul of him upon whom life itself is dawning is, I dare say, inspiriting. But when the heyday of existence is past, when the blood flows sluggishly in the veins, when one has known the desolating storms which the brightest sunrise has preceded, the seared heart refuses to trust its false glitter, and, like the experienced sailor, sees oft in the brightest skies a forecast of the tempest. To such a one there can be no new dawn of the heart. No sun can gild its cold and cheerless horizon. No breeze can revive pulses that have long since ceased to throb with any chance of emotion. I am too old to feel freshness in this nipping air. It chills me more than the damps of night, to which I am accustomed. Night, midnight, is my season of delight. Nature is instinct then with the secrets dark and dread. There is a language which he who sleepeth not, but will wake and watch, may haply learn. Strange organs of speech hath the invisible world. Strange language doth it talk. Strange communion hold with him who would pry into its mysteries. It talks by bat and owl, by the grave worm, and each crawling thing,
by the dust of graves, as well as by those that rot therein. But ever doth it discourse by night, and specially when the moon is at the full. 'Tis the lore I have then learned that makes that season dear to me. Like your cat, mine eye expands in darkness. I blink at the sunshine, like your owl." "Cease this forbidding strain," returned Luke. "It sounds as harshly as your own screech owl's cry. Let your thoughts make a more sprightly turn, more in unison with my own and the fair aspect of nature." "Shall I direct them to the gipsies' camp, then?" said Peter, with a sneer. "Do your own thoughts tend thither?" "You are not altogether in the wrong," replied Luke. "I was thinking of the gipsies' camp, and of one who dwells amongst its tents." "I knew it," replied Peter. "Did you hope to deceive me by attributing all your joyousness of heart to the dawn? Your thoughts have been wandering all this while upon one who hath, I will engage, a pair of shoe black eyes, an olive skin, and yet withal a clear tone, black, yet comely as the tents of Kedar, as the curtains of Solomon, a mesh of jetty hair that hath entangled you in its network, ripe lips, and a cunning tongue, one of the plagues of Egypt. Ha, ha!" "You've guessed shrewdly," replied Luke. "I care not to own that my thoughts were so occupied." "I was assured of it," replied the sexton. "And what may be the name of her towards whom your imagine was straying?" "Sibila Perez," replied Luke. "Her father was a Spanish gitano. She's known amongst her people by her mother's name of Lovel." "She's beautiful, of course?" "Ay, very beautiful. But no matter. You shall judge of her charms anon." "I will take your word for them," returned the sexton. "And you love her?" "Passionately." "You are not married?" asked Peter, hastily. "Not as yet," replied Luke; "but my faith is plighted." "Heaven be praised! The mischief is not then irreparable. I would have you married, though not to a gipsy girl." "And whom would you select?" "One before whom Sybil's beauty would pale as stars at day's approach. There lives not such one. Trust me, there does. Eleanor Mowbray is lovely beyond parallel. I was mere speculating upon a possibility when I wished her yours. It is scarcely likely she would cast her eyes upon you." "I shall not heed her neglect. Graced with my title, I doubt not, were it my pleasure to seek a bride amongst those of gentle blood, I should not find all indifferent to my suit." "Possibly not. Yet what might weigh with others would not weigh with her. There are qualities you lack which she has discovered in another." "In whom?" "In Ranulph Rookwood." "Is he her suitor?" "I have reason to think so." "And you would have me abandon my own betrothed love to beguile from my brother his destined bride? That were to imitate the conduct of my grandsire, the terrible Reginald, towards his brother Alan." The sexton answered not, and Luke fancied he could perceive a quivering in the hands that grasped his body for support. There was a brief pause in their conversation. "And who is Eleanor Mowbray?" asked Luke, breaking the silence. "Your cousin, on the mother's side, a Rookwood. 'Tis therefore I would urge your union with her. There is a prophecy relating to your house, which seems as though it would be fulfilled in your person and in hers. When the stray rook shall perch on the topmost bough, there shall be clamour and screaming, I trow, but of right and of rule of the ancient nest, the rook that with rook mates shall hold him possessed." "I place no faith in such fantasies," replied Luke; "and yet the lines bear strangely upon my present situation." "Their application to yourself and Eleanor Mowbray is unquestionable," replied the sexton. "It would seem so, indeed," rejoined Luke; and he again sank into abstraction, from which the sexton did not care to rouse him. The aspect of the country had materially changed since their descent of the hill. In place of the richly cultivated district which lay on the other side, a broad brown tract of waste land spread out before them, covered with scattered patches of gorse, stunted fern, and low brushwood, presenting an unvaried surface of unbaked turf. The shallow coat of sod was manifested by the stones that clattered under the horse's hoofs, as he rapidly traversed the arid soil, clearing with ease to himself, though not without discomfort to the sexton, every gravelly trench, natural chasm, or other inequality of ground that occurred in his course. Clinging to his grandson with the tenacity of a bird of prey, Peter for some time kept his station in security; but, unluckily, at one dyke rather wider than the rest,
The horse, owing possibly to the mismanagement, intentional or otherwise, of Luke, swerved, and the sexton, dislodged from his high estate, fell at the edge of the trench, and rolled incontinently to the bottom. Luke drew in the rein to inquire if any bones were broken, and Peter presently upreared his dusty person from the abyss, and without condescending to make reply, yet muttering curses, not loud, but deep, accepted his grandson's proffered hand, and remounted. While thus occupied, Luke fancied he heard a distant shout, and noting whence the sound proceeded, the same quarter by which he had approached the heath, he beheld a single horseman spurring in their direction at the top of his speed; and to judge from the rate at which he advanced, it was evident he was anything but indifferently mounted. Apprehensive of pursuit, Luke expedited the sexton's ascent, and that accomplished, without bestowing further regard upon the object of his solicitude, he resumed his headlong flight. He now thought it necessary to bestow more attention on his choice of road, and, perfectly acquainted with the heath, avoided all unnecessary hazardous passes. In spite of his knowledge of the ground, and the excellence of his horse, the stranger sensibly gained upon him. The danger, however, was no longer imminent.
"We are safe," cried Luke. "The limits of Hardchase are passed. In a few seconds we shall enter Davenham Wood. I will turn the horse loose, and we will betake ourselves to flight amongst the trees. I will show you a place of concealment. He cannot follow us on horseback, and on foot I defy him." "Stay," cried the sexton. "He is not in pursuit. He takes another course. He wheels to the right. By heaven, it is the fiend himself upon a black horse, come for bow-legged Ben. See, he is there already."
The horseman had turned, as the sexton stated, careering towards a revolting object at some little distance on the right. It was a gibbet, with its grisly burden. He rode swiftly towards it, and, reining in his horse, took off his hat, bowing profoundly to the carcass that swung in the morning breeze. Just at that moment, a gust of air catching the fleshless skeleton, its arms seemed to be waved in reply to the salutation. A solitary crow winged its flight over the horseman's head as he paused. After a moment's halt, he wheeled about, and again shouted to Luke, waving his hat.
"As I live," said the latter, "it is Jack Palmer."
"Dick Turpin, you mean," rejoined the sexton. "He has been paying his respects to a brother blade. Dick will never have the honor of a gibbet. He is too tender of the knife. Did you mark the crow? But here he comes."
And in another instant Turpin was by their side. End of chapter 1, book 3. Chapter 2, book 3 of Rookwood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 3, Chapter 2, A Gipsy Encampment. I see a column of slow-rising smoke o'ertop the lofty wood that skirts the wild. Cowper, The Task.
"The top of the morning to you, gemmen," said Turpin, as he rode up at an easy canter. "Did you not hear my halloo? I caught a glimpse of you on the hill yonder. I knew you both, 2 miles off, and so, having a word or two to say to you, Luke Bradley, before I leave this part of the country, I put Bess to it, and she soon brought me within hail. Bless her black skin," added he, affectionately patting his horse's neck. "There's not her match in these parts, nor in any other. She wants no coaxing to do her work, no bleeders for her. I should have been up with you before this, had I not taken a cross cut to look at poor Ben. One night, when mounted on my mare, to Bagshot Heath I did repair, and saw Will Davis hanging there, upon the gibbet bleak and bare, with a rustified, fustified, mustified air. Excuse my singing. The sight of a gibbet always puts me in mind of the Golden Farmer. May I ask whither you are bound, comrades?" "Comrades," whispered the sexton to Luke. "You see, he does not so easily forget his old friends." "I have business that will not admit of delay," rejoined Luke, "and to speak plainly—" "You want not my society," returned Turpin. "I guessed as much. Natural enough.
You have got an inkling of your good fortune. You have found out you are a rich man's heir, not a poor wench's bastard. No offence. I'm a plain-spoken man, as you will find, if you know it not already. I have no objection to your playing these fine tricks on others, though it won't answer your turn to do so with me." "Sir!" exclaimed Luke, sharply. "Sir, to you," replied Turpin. "Sir Luke, as I suppose you would now choose to be addressed. I'm aware of all. A nod is as good as a wink to me. Last night I learned the fact of Sir Piers's marriage from Lady Rookwood. Ay, from her ladyship. You stare, and old Peter there opens his ogles now. She let it out by accident, and I'm in possession of what can alone substantiate your father's first marriage, and establish your claims to the property." "The devil!" cried the sexton, adding, in a whisper to Luke, "You had better not be precipitate in dropping so obliging an acquaintance." "You are jesting," said Luke to Turpin. "It is ill jesting before breakfast," returned Dick. "I am seldom in the mood for a joke so early. What if a certain marriage certificate had fallen into my hand?" "A marriage certificate!" echoed Luke and the sexton simultaneously. "The only existing proof of the union of Sir Piers Rookwood with Susan Bradley," continued Turpin. "What if I had stumbled upon such a document? Nay, more, if I knew where to direct you to it." "Peace!" cried Luke to his tormentor; and then, addressing Turpin, "if what you say be true, my quest is at an end. All that I need, you appear to possess. Other proofs are secondary to this. I know with whom I have to deal. What do you demand for that certificate?" "We will talk about the matter after breakfast," said Turpin. "I wish to treat with you as friend with friend. Meet me on those terms, and I'm your man. Reject my offer, and I turn my mare's head and ride back to Rookwood. With me now rest all your hopes. I've dealt fairly with you, and I expect to be fairly dealt with in return. It were idle to say, now I have an opportunity, that I should not turn this luck to my account. I were a fool to do otherwise. You cannot expect it. And then I have Rust and Wilder to settle with. Though I have left them behind, they know my destination. We have been old associates. I like your spirit. I care not for your haughtiness. But I will not help you up the ladder to be kicked down myself. Now you understand me. Whither are you bound?" "To Davenham Priory, the gipsy camp." "The gipsies are your friends?" "They are." "I'm alone." "You are safe." "You pledge your word that all shall be on the square? You will not mention to one of that canting crew what I have told you?" "With one exception, you may rely upon my secrecy." "Whom do you except?" "A woman." "Bad! Never trust a petticoat." "I will answer for her with my life." "And for your grandad there?" "He will answer for himself," said Peter. "You need not fear treachery in me. Honor among thieves, you know." "Or where else should you seek it?" rejoined Turpin, "for it has left all other classes of society. Your highwayman is your only man of honor. I will trust you both, and you shall find you may trust me. After breakfast, as I said before, we will bring the matter to a conclusion. Tip us your saddle, Sir Luke, and I'm satisfied. You shall rule in Rookwood, I'll engage, ere a week be flown, and then but so much parleying is dull work. Let's make the best of our way to breakfast." And away they cantered. A narrow bridle road conducted them singly through the defiles of a thick wood. Their route lay in the shade, and the air felt chilly amidst the trees, the sun not having attained sufficient altitude to penetrate its depths, while overhead was all warmth and light. Quivering on the tops of the timber, the horizontal sunbeams created, in their refraction, brilliant prismatic colorings, and filled the air with motes like golden dust. Our horsemen heeded not the sunshine or the shade. Occupied each with his own train of thought, they silently rode on. Davenham Wood, through which they urged their course, had, in the olden time, been a forest of some extent. It was then an appendage to the domains of Rookwood, but had passed from the hands of that family to those of a wealthy adjoining landowner and lawyer, Sir Edward Davenham, in the keeping of whose descendants it had ever after continued. A noble wood it was, and numbered with many patriarchal trees, ancient oaks with broad gnarled limbs, which the storms of 500 years had vainly striven to uproot, and which were now sternly decaying. Gigantic beech trees, with silvery stems shooting smoothly upwards, sustaining branches of such size that each, dissevered, would itself have formed a tree, populous with leaves, and variegated with rich autumnal tints. The sprightly sycamore, the dark chestnut, the weird wych elm, the majestic elm itself, festooned with ivy, every variety of wood, dark, dense, and intricate, composed the forest through which they rode; and so multitudinous was the timber, so closely planted, so entirely filled up with a thick matted vegetation which had been allowed to collect beneath, that little view was afforded, had any been desired by the parties, into the labyrinth of the grove. Tree after tree, clad in the glowing livery of the season, was passed, and as rapidly succeeded by others. Occasionally a bough projected over their path, compelling the riders to incline their heads as they passed; but, heedless of such difficulties, they pressed on. Now the road grew lighter, and they became at once sensible of the genial influence of the sun. The transition was as agreeable as instantaneous. They had opened upon an extensive plantation of full-grown pines, whose tall branchless stems grew up like a forest of masts, and freely admitted the pleasant sunshine. Beneath those trees the soil was sandy and destitute of all undergrowth, though covered with brown, hair-like fibres and dry cones, shed by the pines. The agile squirrel, that freest denizen of the grove, starting from the ground as the horseman galloped on, sprang up the nearest tree, and might be seen angrily gazing at the disturbers of his haunts, beating the branches with his forefeet in expression of displeasure. The rabbit darted across their path. The jays flew screaming amongst the foliage. The blue cushat, scared at the clatter of the horses' hoofs, sped on swift wing into quarters secure from their approach; while the party-colored pies, like curious village gossips, congregated to peer at the strangers, expressing their astonishment by loud and continuous chattering. Though so gentle of ascent as to be almost imperceptible, it was still evident that the path they were pursuing gradually mounted a hillside, and when at length they reached an opening, the view disclosed the eminence they had insensibly won. Pausing for a moment upon the brow of the hill, Luke pointed to a stream that wound through the valley, and tracing its course, indicated a particular spot amongst the trees. There was no appearance of a dwelling house, no cottage roof, no white canvas shed, to point out the tents of the wandering tribe whose abode they were seeking. The only circumstance betokening that it had once been the haunt of man were a few grey monastic ruins, scarce distinguishable from the stony barrier by which they were surrounded; and the sole evidence that it was still frequented by human beings was a thin column of pale blue smoke that arose in curling wreaths from out the brake, the light-coloured vapour beautifully contrasting with the green umbrage whence it issued. "Our destination is yonder," exclaimed Luke, pointing in the direction of the vapour. "I'm glad to hear it," cried Turpin, "as well as to perceive there is some one awake. That smoke holds out a prospect of breakfast. No smoke without fire, as old Lady Scanmag said, and I'll wager a trifle that fire was not lighted for the fater fellows to count their fingers by. We shall find 3 sticks, and a black pot with a kid seething in it, I'll engage. These gipsies have picked out a prettyish spot to quarter in, quite picturesque, as one may say, and but for that telltale smoke, which looks for all the world like a Dutch skipper blowing his morning cloud, no one need know of their vicinity. A pretty place, upon my soul." The spot, in sooth, merited Turpin's eulogium. It was a little valley in the midst of wooded hills, so secluded that not a single habitation appeared in view, clothed with timber to the very summits, excepting on the side where the party stood, which verged upon the declivity. These mountainous ridges presented a broken outline of foliage, variegated with tinted masses of bright orange, timber, and deepest green. 4 hills hemmed in the valley. Here and there a grey slab of rock might be discerned amongst the wood, and a mountain ash figured conspicuously upon a jutting crag immediately below them. Deep sunken in the ravine, and concealed in part from view by the wild herbage and dwarf shrubs, ran a range of precipitous rocks, severed, it would seem, by some diluvial convulsion, from the opposite mountain side, as a corresponding rift was there visible, in which the same dip of strata might be observed, together with certain ribbed cavities, matching huge bolts of rock which had once locked these stony walls together. Washing this cliff swept a clear stream, well known and well regarded, as it waxed in width by the honest brethren of the angle, who seldom, however, tracked it to its rise amongst these hills. The stream found its way into the valley through a chasm far to the left, and rushed thundering down the mountain side in a boiling cascade. The valley was approached in this direction from Rookwood by an unfrequented carriage road, which Luke had, from prudential reasons, avoided. All seemed consecrated to silence, to solitude, to the hush of nature. Yet this quiet scene was the chosen retreat of lawless depredators, and had erstwhile been the theatre of feudal oppression. We have said that no habitation was visible, that no dwelling tenanted by man could be seen, but following the spur of the furthest mountain hill, some traces of a stone wall might be discovered, and upon a natural platform of rock stood a stern, square tower, which had once been the donjon of the castle, the lords of which had called the four hills their own. A watch-tower had then crowned each eminence, every vestige of which had, however, long since disappeared. Sequestered in the vale stood the priory before alluded to, a monastery of grey friars, of the order of St. Francis, some of the venerable walls of which were still remaining, and if they had not reverted to the bat and the owl, as is wont to be the fate of such sacred structures, their cloistered shrines were devoted to beings whose natures partook, in some measure, of the instincts of those creatures of the night, a people whose deeds were of darkness, and whose eyes shunned the light. Here the gipsies had pitched their tent, and though the place was often, in part, deserted by the vagrant horde, yet certain of the tribe, who had grown into years, over whom Barbara Lovel held queenly sway, made it their haunt, and was suffered by the authorities of the neighborhood to remain unmolested. A lenient piece of policy, which, in our infinite regard for the weal of the tawny tribe, we recommend to the adoption of all other justices and knights of the shire. Bidding his grandsire have regard to his seat, Luke leapt a high bank, and, followed by Turpin, began to descend the hill. Peter, however, took care to provide for himself. The descent was so perilous, and the footing so insecure, that he chose rather to trust to such conveyance as nature had furnished him with, than to hazard his neck by any false step of the horse. He contrived, therefore, to slide off from behind, shaping his own course in a more secure direction. He who has wandered amidst the Alps must have often had occasion to witness the wonderful sure-footedness of the mountain pilot, the mule. He must have remarked how, with tenacious hoof, he will claw the rock, and drag himself from one impending fragment to another, with perfect security to his rider; how he will breast the roaring currents of air, and stand unshrinking at the verge of almost unfathomable ravines. But it is not so with the horse. Fleet on the plain, careful over rugged ground, he is timid and uncertain on the hillside, and the risk incurred by Luke and Turpin in their descent of the almost perpendicular sides of the cliff was tremendous. Peter watched them in their descent with some admiration, and with much contempt. "He will break his neck of a surety," said he; "but what matters it? As well now as hereafter." So saying, he approached the verge of the precipice, where he could see them more distinctly. The passage along which Luke rode had never before been traversed by horse's hoof. Cut in the rock, it presented a steep zigzag path amongst the hills, without any defence for the foot traveller, except such as was afforded by a casual clinging shrub, and no protection whatever existed for a horseman. The possibility of any one attempting the passage not having, in all probability, entered into the calculation of those who framed it. Added to this, the steps were of such unequal heights, and withal so narrow, that the danger was proportionately increased. "10,000 devils!" cried Turpin, staring downwards. "Is this the best road you've got?" "You will find one more easy," replied Luke, "if you ride for a quarter of a mile down the wood, and then return by the brookside. You will meet me at the priory." "No," answered the highwayman, boldly. "If you go, I go too. It shall never be said that Dick Turpin was afraid to follow where another would lead. Proceed." Luke gave his horse the bridle, and the animal slowly and steadily commenced the descent, fixing his forelegs upon the steps, and drawing his hinder limbs carefully after him. Here it was that the lightness and steadiness of Turpin's mare was completely shown. No Alpine mule could have borne its rider with more apparent ease and safety. Turpin encouraged her by hand and word, but she needed it not. The sexton saw them, and, tracking their giddy descent, he became more interested than he anticipated. His attention was suddenly drawn towards Luke.
"He's gone!" cried Peter. "He falls! He sinks! My plans are all defeated! The last link is snapped!"
"No," added he, recovering his wonted composure,
"his end is not so fated."
Rook had missed his footing. He rolled stumbling down the precipice a few yards. Luke's fate seemed inevitable. His feet were entangled in the stirrup. He could not free himself. A birch tree, growing in a chink of the precipice, arrested his further fall. But for this timely aid, all had been over. Here Luke was enabled to extricate himself from the stirrup, and to regain his feet. Seizing the bridle, he dragged his faulty steed back again to the road.
"You've had a narrow escape, by Jove,"
said Turpin, who had been thunderstruck with the whole proceeding.
"Those big cattle are always clumsy. Devilish lucky it's no worse."
It was now comparatively smooth travelling, but they had not as yet reached the valley, and it seemed to be Luke's object to take a circuitous path. This was so evident that Turpin could not help commenting upon it. Luke evaded the question. "The crag is steep there," said he. "Besides, to tell you the truth, I want to surprise them."
"Ha, ha, ha, ha!" laughed Dick. "Surprise them, eh? What a pity the birch tree was in the way. You would have done it properly then. Egad, here's another surprise."
Dick's last exclamation was caused by his having suddenly come upon a wide gully in the rock, through which dashed a headlong torrent, crossed by a single plank.
"You must be mad to have taken this road,"
cried Turpin, gazing down into the roaring depths in which the waterfall raged, and measuring the distance of the pass with his eye.
So, Bess. Ay, look at it, wench. Curse me, Luke, if you think your horse will do it, and therefore turn him loose."
But Dick might as well have bidden the cataract to flow backwards. Luke struck his heels into his horse's sides. The steed galloped to the brink, snorted, and refused the leap.
"I told you so, he can't do it,"
said Turpin. "Well, if you're obstinate, a wilful man must have his way. Stand aside while I try it for you." Patting Bess, he put her to the gallop. She cleared the gulf bravely, landing her rider safely upon the opposite rock. "Now then," cried Turpin, from the other side of the chasm. Luke again urged his steed. Encouraged by what he had seen, this time the horse sprang across without hesitation. The next instant they were in the valley. For some time they rode along the banks of the stream in silence. A sound at length caught the quick ears of the highwayman.
"Hist!" cried he. "Some one sings. Do you hear it?"
"I do," replied Luke, the blood rushing to his cheeks.
"And could give a guess at the singer, no doubt," said Turpin, with a knowing look. "Was it to hear yon woodlark that you nearly broke your own neck, and put mine in jeopardy?"
"Prithee be silent," whispered Luke. "I am dumb," replied Turpin. "I like a sweet voice as well as another." Clear as the note of a bird, yet melancholy as the distant dole of a vesper bell, arose the sound of that sweet voice from the wood. A fragment of a Spanish gipsy song it warbled. Luke knew it well. Thus ran the romance: La Gitanilla. By the Guadalquivir, ere the sun be flown, by that glorious river sits a maid alone. Like the sunset splendor of that current bright, shone her dark eyes tender as its witching light. Like the ripple flowing, tinged with purple sheen, darkly, richly glowing, is her warm cheek seen. 'Tis the Gitanilla by the stream doth linger, in the hope that eve will her lover bring her. See, the sun is sinking, all grows dim and dies. See, the waves are drinking glories of the skies. Day's last lustre playeth on that current dark, yet no speck betrayeth his long looked for bark. 'Tis the hour of meeting, nay, the hour is past. Swift the time is fleeting, fleeteth hope as fast. Still the Gitanilla by the stream doth linger, in the hope that night will her lover bring her. The tender trembling of a guitar was heard in accompaniment of the ravishing melodist. The song ceased. "Where is the bird?" asked Turpin. "Move on in silence, and you shall see," said Luke; and keeping upon the turf, so that his horse's tread became inaudible, he presently arrived at a spot where, through the boughs, the object of his investigation could plainly be distinguished, though he himself was concealed from view. Upon a platform of rock, rising to the height of the trees, nearly perpendicular from the river's bed, appeared the figure of the gipsy maid. Her footstep rested on the extreme edge of the abrupt cliff, at whose base the water boiled in a deep whirlpool, and the bounding chamois could not have been more lightly poised. One hand rested upon her guitar, the other pressed her brow. Braided hair of the jettiest dye and sleekest texture was twined around her brow in endless twisted folds, rolled as it was in many a curious fret, much like a rich and curious coronet, upon whose arches 20 cupids lay, and were as tied or loth to fly away. And so exuberant was this rarest of feminine ornament, that, after encompassing her brow, it was passed behind, and hung down in long thick plaits almost to her feet, sparkling as the sunbeams that played upon her dark yet radiant features, were the large, black, oriental eyes of the maiden, and shaded with lashes long and silken. Hers was a Moorish countenance, in which the magnificence of the eyes eclipses the face, be it ever so beautiful, an effect to be observed in the angelic pictures of Murillo; and the lovely contour is scarcely noticed in the gaze which those long, languid, luminous orbs attract. Sybil's features were exquisite, yet you looked only at her eyes. They were the lodestars of her countenance. Her costume was singular, and partook, like herself, of other climes. Like the Andalusian dame, her choice of colour inclined towards black, as the material of most of her dress was of that sombre hue. A bodice of embroidered velvet restrained her delicate bosom's swell. A rich girdle, from which depended a silver chain, sustaining a short poniard, bound her waist. Around her slender throat was twined a costly kerchief, and the rest of her dress was calculated to display her slight yet faultless figure to the fullest advantage. Unconscious that she was the object of regard, she raised her guitar, and essayed to touch the chords. She struck a few notes, and resumed her romance. Swift that stream flows on, swift the night is wearing, yet she is not gone, though with heart despairing. Her song died away. Her hand was needed to brush off the tears that were gathering in her large dark eyes. At once her attitude was changed. The hair could not have started more suddenly from her form. She heard accents well known concluding the melody. Dips an oar splash, hark! Gently on the river, 'tis her lover's bark. On the Guadalquivir, hark! A song she hears. Every note she snatches as the singer nears. Her own name she catches. Now the Giantilla stays not by the water, for the midnight hour hath her lover brought her. It was her lover's voice. She caught the sound at once, and starting as the roe would arouse herself at the hunter's approach, bounded down the crag, and ere he had finished the refrain, was by his side. Flinging the bridle to Turpin, Luke sprang to her and caught her in his arms. Disengaging herself from his ardent embrace, Sybil drew back, abashed at the sight of the highwayman. "Heed him not," said Luke. "It is a friend." "He is welcome here, then," replied Sybil. "But where have you tarried so long, dear Luke?" continued she, as they walked to a little distance from the highwayman. "What hath detained you? The hours have passed wearily since you departed. You bring good news?" "Good news, my girl, so good, that I falter even in the telling of it. You shall know all anon. And see, our friend yonder grows impatient. Are there any stirring? We must bestow a meal upon him, and that forthwith. He's one of those who would brook not much delay." "I came not to spoil a love meeting," said Turpin, who had good humoredly witnessed the scene; "but in sober seriousness, if there is a stray capon to be met with in the land of Egypt, I shall be glad to make his acquaintance. Methinks I scent a stew afar off. Follow me, said Sybil. Your wants shall be supplied. Stay, said Luke. There is one other of our party whose coming we must abide. He is here, said Sybil, observing the sexton at a distance. Who is that old man? My grandsire, Peter Bradley. Is that Peter Bradley? asked Sybil. Ay, you may well ask whether that old dried-up otomy, who ought to grin in a glass case for folks to stare at, be kith and kin of such a bang-up cove as your fancy man Luke, said Turpin, laughing. But, i' faith, he is. Though he is your grandsire, Luke, said Sybil, I like him not. His glance resembles that of the evil eye. And, in fact, the look which Peter fixed upon her was such as the rattlesnake casts upon its victim, and Sybil felt like a poor fluttering bird under the fascination of that venomous reptile. She could not remove her eyes from his, though she trembled as she gazed. We have said that Peter's orbs were like those of the toad. Age had not dimmed their brilliancy. In his harsh features you could only read bitter scorn or withering hate, but in his eyes resided a magnetic influence of attraction or repulsion. Sybil underwent the former feeling in a disagreeable degree. She was drawn to him as by the motion of a whirlpool, and involuntarily clung to her lover. It is the evil eye, dear Luke. Tut, tut, dear Sybil. I tell you it is my grandsire. The girl says it rightly, however, rejoined Turpin. Peter has a confounded ugly look about the ogles, and stares enough to put a modest wench out of countenance. Come, come, my old earthworm, crawl along. We've waited for you long enough. Is this the first time you've seen a pretty lass, eh? It's the first time I've seen one so beautiful, said Peter, and I crave her pardon if my freedom has offended her. I wonder not at your enchantment, grandson Luke, now I behold the object of it. But there is one piece of counsel I would give to this fair maid. The next time she trusts you from her sight, I would advise her to await you at the hilltop. Otherwise, the chances are shrewdly against your reaching the ground with neck unbroken. There was something, notwithstanding the satirical manner in which Peter delivered this speech, calculated to make a more favourable impression upon Sybil than his previous conduct had inspired her with; and having ascertained from Luke to what his speech referred, she extended her hand to him, yet not without a shudder as it was enclosed in his skinny grasp. It was like the fingers of Venus in the grasp of a skeleton. This is a little hand, said Peter, and I have some skill myself in palmistry. Shall I peruse its lines? Not now, in the devil's name, said Turpin, stamping impatiently. We shall have old ruffian himself amongst us presently, if Peter Bradley grows gallant. Leading their horses, the party took their way through the trees. A few minutes' walking brought them in sight of the gipsy encampment, the spot selected for which might be termed the Eden of the valley. It was a small green plain, smooth as a well-shorn lawn, kept ever verdant, save in the spots where the frequent fires had scorched its surface, by the flowing stream that rushed past it, and surrounded by an amphitheatre of wooded hills. Here might be seen the canvas tent with its patches of varied colouring, the rude fashioned hut of primitive construction, the kettle slung between two poles upon a stick transverse, the tethered beasts of burden, the horses, asses, dogs, carts, caravans, wains, blocks, and other movables and immovables belonging to the wandering tribe. Glimmering through the trees at the extremity of the plain appeared the ivy-mantled walls of Davenham Priory. Though much had gone to decay, enough remained to recall the pristine state of this once majestic pile, and the long broken line of Saxon arches that still marked the cloister wall, the piers that yet supported the dormitory, the enormous horseshoe arch that spanned the court, and, above all, the great marigold or circular window which terminated the chapel, and which, though now despoiled of its painted honours, retained, like the skeleton leaf, its fibrous intricacies entire. All eloquently spoke of the glories of the past, while they awakened reverence and admiration for the still enduring beauty of the present. Towards these ruins Sybil conducted the party. "Do you dwell therein?" asked Peter, pointing towards the priory. "That is my dwelling," said Sybil.
It is one I should covet more than a modern mansion," returned the sexton. "I love those old walls better than any house that was ever fashioned," replied Sybil. As they entered the Prior's Close, as it was called, several swarthy figures made their appearance from the tents. Many a greeting was bestowed upon Luke, in the wild jargon of the tribe. At length, an uncouth, dwarfish figure, with a shock head of black hair, hopped towards them. He seemed to acknowledge Luke as his master. "What ho, Grasshopper!" said Luke. "Take these horses, and see that they lack neither dressing nor provender. And hark ye, Grasshopper," added Turpin, "I give you a special charge about this mare. Neither dress nor feed her till I see both done myself. Just walk her for 10 minutes, and if you have a glass of ale in the place, let her sip it." "Your bidding shall be done," chirped the human insect, as he fluttered away with his charges. A motley assemblage of tawny skinned varlets, dark-eyed women, and children, whose dusky limbs betrayed their lineage, in strange costume and of wild deportment, checked the path, muttering welcome upon welcome into the ear of Luke as he passed. As it was evident that he was in no mood for converse, Sybil, who seemed to exercise considerable authority over the crew, with a word dispersed them, and they herded back to their respective habitations. A low door admitted Luke and his companions into what had once been the garden, in which some old moss-encrusted apple and walnut trees were still standing, bearing a look of antiquity almost as venerable as that of the adjoining fabric. Another door gave them entrance to a spacious chamber, formerly the eating room or refectory of the Holy Brotherhood, and a goodly room it had been, though now its slender, lanceolated windows were stuffed with hay to keep out the air. Large holes told where huge oaken rafters had once crossed the roof, and a yawning aperture marked the place where a cheering fire had formerly blazed. As regarded this latter spot, the good old custom was not, even now, totally abrogated. An iron plate, covered with crackling wood, sustained a ponderous black cauldron, the rich steam from which gratefully affected the olfactory organs of the highwayman. "That augurs well," said he, rubbing his hands. "Still hungering after the flesh pots of Egypt?" said the sexton, with a ghastly smile. "We will see what that kettle contains," said Luke. "Handassah, Grace!" exclaimed Sybil, calling. Her summons was answered by 2 maidens, habited not unbecomingly in gipsy gear. "Bring the best our larder can furnish," said Sybil, "and use dispatch. You have appetites to provide for, sharpened by a long ride in the open air." "And by a night's fasting," said Luke, "and solitary confinement to boot." "And a night of business," added Turpin, "and plaguy perplexing business into the bargain." "And the night of a funeral, too," doled Peter, "and that funeral of father's. Let us have breakfast speedily, by all means. We have rare appetites." An old oaken table, it might have been the self same upon which the holy friars had broken their morning fast, stood in the middle of the room. The ample boards soon groaned beneath the weight of the savoury cauldron, the unctuous contents of which proved to be a couple of dismembered pheasants, an equal proportion of poultry, great gouts of ham, mushrooms, onions, and other piquant condiments, so satisfactory to Dick Turpin that, upon tasting a mouthful, he absolutely shed tears of delight. The dish was indeed the triumph of gipsy cookery, and so sedulously did Dick apply himself to his mess, and so complete was his abstraction, that he perceived not he was left alone. It was only when about to wash down the last drumstick of the last fowl with a can of excellent ale that he made his discovery. "What! All gone? And Peter Bradley too? What the devil does this mean?" mused he. "I must not muddle my brain with any more Pharaoh, though I have feasted like a king of Egypt. That will never do. Caution, Dick, caution. Suppose I shift yon brick from the wall, and place this precious document beneath it. Ah, Luke will never play me false. And now for Bess, bless her black skin. She'll wonder where I've been so long. It's not my way to leave her to shift for herself, though she can do that on a pinch." Soliloquizing thus, he arose and walked towards the door. End of Chapter 2, Book 3.
Chapter 3, Book 3 of Rookwood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 3, Chapter 3, Sybil. The wiving vine that round the friendly elm twines her soft limbs and weaves a leafy mantle, for her supporting lover dares not venture to mix her humble boughs with the embraces of the more lofty cedar. Glapthorne, Albertus Wallenstein. Beneath the mouldering wall, whither they had strayed, to be free from interruption, and upon a carpet of the greenest moss, sat Sybil and her lover. With eager curiosity she listened to his tale. He recounted all that had befallen him since his departure. He told her of the awful revelations of the tomb, of the ring that, like a talisman, had conjured up 1,000 brilliant prospects, of his subsequent perils, his escapes, his rencontre with Lady Rookwood, his visit to his father's body, and his meeting with his brother. All this she heard with a cheek now flushed with expectation, now made pale with apprehension, with palpitating bosom and suppressed breath. But, when taking a softer tone, love, affection, happiness inspired the theme, and Luke sought to paint the bliss that should be theirs in his new estate, when he would throw his fortune into her lap, his titles at her feet, and bid her wear them with him, when, with ennobled hand and unchanged heart, he would fulfil the troth plighted in his outcast days. In lieu of tender, grateful acquiescence, the features of Sybil became overcast, the soft smile faded away, and, as spring's sunshine is succeeded by the sudden shower, the light that dwelt in her sunny orbs grew dim with tears. Why is this, dear Sybil?" said Luke, gazing upon her in astonishment, not unmingled with displeasure. "To what am I to attribute these tears? You do not, surely, regret my good fortune?" "Not on your account, dear Luke," returned she, sadly. "The tears I shed were for myself. The first, the only tears I have ever shed for such a cause. And," added she, raising her head like a flower surcharged with moisture, "they shall be the last." "This is inexplicable, dear Sybil. Why should you lament for yourself, if not for me? Does not the sunshine of prosperity that now shines upon me gild you with the same beam? Did I not even now affirm that the day that you saw me enter the hall of my forefathers should dawn upon our espousals? True, but the sun that shines upon you to me wears a threatening aspect. The day of those espousals will never dawn. You cannot make me the Lady of Rookwood." "What do I hear?" exclaimed Luke, surprised at this avowal of his mistress, sadly and deliberately delivered. "Not wed you? And wherefore not? Is it the rank I have acquired, or hope to acquire, that displeases you? Speak, that I may waste no further time in thus pursuing the shadows of happiness, while the reality fleets from me." "And are they shadows? And is this the reality, dear Luke? Question your secret soul, and you will find it otherwise. You could not forego your triumph. It is not likely. You have dwelt too much upon the proud title which will be yours to yield it to another, when it may be won so easily. And, above all, when your mother's reputation and your own stained name may be cleared by one word, breathed aloud, would you fail to utter it? No, dear Luke, I read your heart. You would not." "And if I could not forego this, wherefore is it that you refuse to be a sharer in my triumph? Why will you render my honours valueless when I have acquired them? You love me not." "Not love you, Luke." "Approve it, then." "I do approve it. Bear witness to the sacrifice I am about to make of all my hopes, at the shrine of my idolatry to you. Bear witness the agony of this hour. Bear witness the horror of the avowal that I can never be yours. As Luke Bradley, I would joyfully, oh, how joyfully, have been your bride. As Sir Luke Rookwood," and she shuddered as she pronounced the name, "I can never
be so."
"Then, by heaven, Luke Bradley will I remain. But wherefore? Wherefore not as Sir Luke Rookwood?" "Because," replied Sybil, with reluctance, "because I am no longer your equal. The gipsy's low-born daughter is no mate for Sir Luke Rookwood. Love cannot blind me, dear Luke. It cannot make me other than I am. It cannot exalt me in my own esteem, nor in that of the world, which you, alas, too soon will mingle, and which will regard me even as, no matter what, it shall not scorn me as your bride. I will not bring shame and reproach upon you. Oh, if for me, dear Luke, the proud ones of the earth were to treat you with contumely, this heart would break with agony. For myself, I have pride sufficient, perchance too much. Perchance 'tis pride that actuates me now, I know not. But for you I am all weakness. As you were heretofore, I would have been to you the tenderest and truest wife that ever breathed. As you are now. Hear me, Sybil. Hear me out, dear Luke. One other motive there is that determines my present conduct, which, were all else surmounted, would in itself suffice. Ask me not what it is. I cannot explain it. For your own sake, I implore you, be satisfied with my refusal." "What a destiny is mine!" exclaimed Luke, striking his forehead with his clenched hand. "No choice is left me. Either way I destroy my own happiness. On the one hand stands love, on the other ambition. Yet neither will conjoin." "Pursue, then, ambition," said Sybil, energetically. "If you can hesitate, forget that I have ever existed. Forget you have ever loved. Forget that such a passion dwells within the human heart, and you may still be happy, though you are great." "And do you deem," replied Luke, with frantic impatience, "that I can accomplish this? That I can forget that I have loved you? That I can forget you? Cost what it will, the effort shall be made. Yet, by our former love, I charge you to tell me what has wrought this change in you. Why do you now refuse me?" "I have said you are Sir Luke Rookwood," returned Sybil, with painful emotion. "Does that name import nothing?" "Imports it aught of ill?" "To me, everything of ill. It is a fated house. Its line are all predestined." "To what?" demanded Luke. "To murder," replied Sybil, with solemn emphasis. "To the murder of their wives. Forgive me, Luke, if I have dared to utter this. Yourself compelled me to it." Amazement, horror, wrath, kept Luke silent for a few moments. Starting to his feet, he cried, "And can you suspect me of a crime so foul? Think you, because I shall assume the name, that I shall put on the nature likewise of my race? Do you believe me capable of aught so horrible? Oh, no, I believe it not. I am sure you would not do it. Your soul would reject with horror such a deed. But if fate should guide your hand, if the avenging spirit of your murdered ancestress should point to the steel, you could not shun it then." "In heaven's name, to what do you allude?" "To a tradition of your house," replied Sybil. "Listen to me, and you shall hear the legend." And with a pathos that produced a thrilling effect upon Luke, she sang the following ballad: THE LEGEND OF THE LADY OF ROOKWOOD. Grim Ranulph home hath at midnight come from the long wars of the roses, and the squire who waits at his ancient gates a secret dark discloses. To that varlet's words no response accords his lord, but his visage stern grows ghastly white in the wan moonlight, and his eyes like the lean wolf's burn. To his lady's bower at that lonesome hour, unannounced, is Sir Ranulph gone. Through the dim corridor, through the hidden door he glides, she's all alone. Full of holy zeal doth his young dame kneel at the meek Madonna's feet. Her hands are pressed on her gentle breast, and upturned is her aspect sweet. Beats Ranulph's heart with a joyful start, as he looks on her guiltless face, and the raging fire of his jealous ire is subdued by the words of grace. His own name shares her murmured prayers, more freely can he breathe. But ah, that look! Why doth he pluck his poniard from his sheath? on a footstool thrown, lies a costly gown of say and of Minervair, a mantle fair for the dainty wear of a miniard cavalier, and on it flung to a bracelet hung, a picture meets his eye. By my father's head, grim Ranulph said, false wife, thy end draws nigh. From off its chain hath the fierce knight ta'en that fond and fatal pledge. His dark eyes blaze, no word he says, thrice gleams his dagger's edge. Her blood it drinks, and as she sinks, his victim hears his cry. For kissed impure of paramour, adulteress, dost thou die? Silent he stood, with hands embrued in gore, and a glance of fame, and thus her plaint, in accents faint, made his ill-fated dame. Kind heaven can tell, that all too well I've loved thee, cruel lord, but now with hate commensurate, assassin, thou'rt abhorred. I've loved thee long, through doubt and wrong, I've loved thee, and no other, and my love was pure for my paramour, for alas, he was my brother. The red, red rose on thy banner glows, on his pennon gleams the white, and the bitter feud that ye both have rued forbids ye to reunite. My bower he sought, what time he thought thy jealous vassals slept. Of joy we dreamed, and never deemed that watch those vassals kept. An hour flew by too speedily, that picture was his boon. Ah, little thrift to me that gift, he left me all too soon. Were worth the hour dark fates did lower, when our hands were first united. For my heart's firm truth, mid tears and ruth, with death hast thou requited. In prayer sincere, full many a year of my wretched life I've spent, but to hell's control would I give my soul to work thy chastisement. These wild words said, lugged root to head, and Ranulph's life-blood froze, for the earth did gape as an awful shape from out its depths arose. Thy prayer is heard, hell hath concurred, cried the fiend, thy soul is mine. Like fate made dread, each dame shall wed with Ranulph or his line. Within the tomb, to wait her doom, is that hapless lady sleeping, and another bride, by Ranulph's side, through the livelong night is weeping. This dame declines, a third repines, and fades like the rest away. Her lot she rues, whom a Rookwood woos, cursed is her wedding day.
And this is the legend of my ancestress, said Luke, as Sybil's strains were ended.
It is,
replied she. An idle tale, observed Luke, moodily.
Not so, answered Sybil. Has not the curse of blood clung to all your line? Has it not attached to your father, to Sir Reginald, Sir Ralph, Sir Ranulph, to all? Which of them has escaped it? And when I tell you this, dear Luke, when I find you bear the name of this accursed race, can you wonder if I shudder at adding to the list of victims of that ruthless spirit, and that I tremble for you? I would die for you willingly, but not by your hand. I would not by that blood which I would now pour out for you as freely as water should rise up in judgment against you. For myself, I have no tears. For you, 1,000. My mother, upon her deathbed, told me I should never be yours. I believed her not, for I was happy then. She said that we should never be united, or, if united.
What, in heaven's name?
That you would be my destroyer. How could I credit her words then? How can I doubt them now when I find you at our Rookwood? And think not, dear Luke, that I am ruled by selfish fears in this resolution. To renounce you may cost me my life, but the deed will be my own. You may call me superstitious, credulous. I have been nurtured in credulity. It is the faith of my fathers. There are those, methinks, who have an insight into futurity, and such boding words have been spoken, that they may be true or false. I will not risk their fulfilment in my person. I may be credulous, I may be weak, I may be erring, but I am steadfast in this. Bid me perish at your feet, and I will do it. I will not be your fate. I will not be the wretched instrument of your perdition. I will love, worship, watch, serve, perish for you, but I'll not wed you.
Exhausted by the vehemence of her emotion, she would have sunk upon the ground, had not Luke caught her in his arms. Pressing her to his bosom, he renewed his passionate protestations. Every argument was unavailing. Sybil appeared inflexible.
"You love me as you have ever loved me," said she, at length.
1,000-fold more fervently, replied Luke. Put it to the test.
"How if I dare to do so? Consider well. I may ask too much."
Name it. If it be not to surrender to you by my mother's body, I will obey you.
"I would propose an oath."
Ha!
"A solemn, binding oath, that, if you wed me not, you will not wed another. Ha! Do you start? Have I appalled you?"
I start. I will take it. Hear me, by
"Hold!"
exclaimed a voice behind them.
"Do not forswear yourself."
And immediately afterwards the sexton made his appearance. There was a malignant smile upon his countenance. The lovers started at the ominous interruption.
"Begone!"
cried Luke.
"Take not that oath," said Peter, "and I leave you. Remember the counsel I gave you on our way hither." "What counsel did he give you, Luke?"
inquired Sybil eagerly of her lover.
"We spoke of you, fond girl," replied Peter. "I cautioned him against the match. I knew not your sentiments, or I had spared myself the trouble. You have judged wisely. Were he to wed you, ill would come of it, but he must wed another."
"Must!" cried Sybil, her eyes absolutely emitting sparkles of indignation from their night-like depths, and, unsheathing as she spoke the short poniard which she wore at her girdle, she rushed towards Peter, raising her hand to strike.
"Must wed another, and dare you counsel this?" "Put up your dagger, fair maiden," said Peter, calmly. "Had I been younger, your eyes might have had more terrors for me than your weapon. As it is, I am proof against both. You would not strike an old man like myself, and of your lover's kin."
Sybil's uplifted hand fell to her side.
"'Tis true," continued the sexton. "I dared to give him this advice, and when you have heard me out, you will not, I am persuaded, think me so unreasonable as at first I may appear to be. I have been an unseen listener to your converse. Not that I desire to pry into your secrets. Far from it. I overheard you by accident. I applaud your resolution, but if you are inclined to sacrifice all your lover's weal, do not let the work be incomplete. Bind him not by oaths which he will regard as spiders' webs to be burst through at pleasure. You see, as well as I do, that he is bent on being lord of Rookwood, and, in truth, to an aspiring mind, such a desire is natural, is praiseworthy. It will be pleasant, as well as honorable, to efface the stain cast upon his birth. It will be an act of filial duty in him to restore his mother's good name, and I, her father, laud his anxiety on that score. Though, to speak the truth, fair maid, I am not so rigid as your nice moralists in my view of human nature, and can allow a latitude to love which their nicer scruples will not admit. It will be a proud thing to triumph over his implacable foe, and this he may accomplish without marriage," interrupted Sybil angrily. "True," returned Peter, "yet not maintain it. May win it, but not wear it. You have said truly the house of Rookwood is a fated house, and it hath been said likewise, that if he wed not one of his own kindred, if that rook mate not with the rook, his possession shall pass away from his hands. Listen to this prophetic quatrain: When the stray rook shall perch on the topmost bough, there shall be clamour and screeching, I trow. But of right to, and rule of, the ancient nest, the rook that with rook mate shall hold him possessed. You hear what these quaint rhymes say. Luke is, doubtless, the stray rook, and a fledgling hath flown hither from a distant country. He must take her to his mate, or relinquish her and the ancient nest to his brother. For my own part, I disregard such sayings. I have little faith in prophecy and divination. I know not what Eleanor Mowbray, for she is so called, can have to do with the tenure of the estates of Rookwood. But if Luke Rookwood, after he has lorded it for a while in splendour, be cast forth again in rags and wretchedness, let him not blame his grandsire for his own want of caution."
"Luke, I implore you, tell me," said Sybil, who had listened horror-stricken to the sexton, shuddering, as it were, beneath the chilly influence of his malevolent glance.
"Is it true? Does your fate depend upon Eleanor Mowbray? Who is she? What has she to do with Rookwood? Have you seen her? Do you love her?"
"I've never seen her," replied Luke.
"Thank Heaven for that!" cried Sybil. "Then you love her not?"
"How were that possible?" returned Luke. "Do I not say I have not seen her?"
"Who is she, then?"
"This old man tells me she's my cousin. She's betrothed to my brother Ranulph."
"How!"
ejaculated Sybil.
"And would you snatch his betrothed from your brother's arms? Would you do him this grievous wrong? Is it not enough that you must wrest from him that which he has long deemed his own? And if he has falsely deemed it so, it will not make his loss the less bitter. If you do thus wrong your brother, do not look for happiness, do not look for respect, for neither will be your portion. Even this stony-hearted old man shrinks aghast at such a deed. His snake eyes are buried on the ground. See, I have moved even him."
And in truth Peter did appear, for an instant, strangely moved.
"'Tis nothing,"
returned he, mastering his emotion by a strong effort.
"What is all this to me? I never had a brother. I never had aught, wife, child, or relative that loved me. And I love not the world, nor the things of the world, nor those that inhabit the world. But I know what sways the world and its inhabitants, and that is self and self-interest. Let Luke reflect on this. The key to Rookwood is Eleanor Mowbray. The hand that grasps hers grasps those lands. Thus saith the prophecy." "It is a lying prophecy." "It was uttered by one of your race." "By whom?" "By Barbara Lovel," said Peter, with a sneer of triumph. "Ha! Heed him not," exclaimed Luke, as Sybil recoiled at this intelligence. "I'm yours." "Not mine, not mine," shrieked she. "But oh, not hers!"
"Whither go you?"
cried Luke, as Sybil, half bewildered, tore herself from him. "To Barbara Lovel." "I will go with you." "No, let me go alone. I have much to ask her. Yet tarry not with this old man, dear Luke, or close your ears to his crafty talk. Avoid him. Oh, I'm sick at heart. Follow me not. I implore you, follow me not." And with distracted air she departed amongst the mouldering cloisters, leaving Luke stupefied with anguish and surprise. The sexton maintained a stern and stoical composure. "She is a woman, after all," muttered he. "All her high-flown resolves melt like snow in the sunshine at the thought of a rival. I congratulate you, grandson Luke. You are free from your fetters." "Free!" echoed Luke. "Quit my sight. I loathe to look upon you. You have broken the truest heart that ever beat in woman's bosom." "Tut, tut," returned Peter. "It is not broken yet. Wait till we hear what old Barbara has got to say, and meanwhile we must arrange with Dick Turpin the price of that certificate. The knave knows its value well. Come, be a man. This is worse than womanish." And at length he succeeded, half by force and half by persuasion, in dragging Luke away with him. End of Chapter 3, Book 3. Chapter 4, Book 3 of Rookwood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 3, Chapter 4. Barbara Lovel. Los gitanos son encantadores, adivinos, magos, quirománticos, que dicen por las reas de las manos lo futuro, que ellos llaman buenaventura, y generalmente son dados a toda superstición. Dr. Sancho de Moncada. Discurso sobre expulsión de los gitanos. Like a dove escaped from the talons of the falcon, Sybil fled from the clutches of the sexton. Her brain was in a whirl, her blood on fire. She had no distinct perception of external objects, no definite notion of what she herself was about to do, and glided more like a flitting spirit than a living woman along the ruined ambulatory. Her hair had fallen in disorder over her face. She stayed not to adjust it, but tossed aside the blinding locks with frantic impatience.
She felt as one may feel who tries to strain his nerves, shattered by illness, to the endurance of some dreadful yet necessary pain. Sybil loved her grandame, old Barbara, but it was more with a love tempered by fear. Barbara was not a person to inspire esteem, or to claim affection. She was regarded by the wild tribe which she ruled as their queen elect with some such feeling of inexplicable awe as is entertained by the African slave for the Obeah woman. They acknowledged her power, unhesitatingly obeyed her commands, and shrank with terror from her anathema, which was indeed seldom pronounced, but when uttered was considered as doom. Her tribe she looked upon as her flock, and stretched her maternal hand over all, ready alike to cherish or chastise, and having already survived a generation, that which succeeded, having from infancy imbibed a superstitious veneration for the cunning woman, as she was called, the sentiment could never be wholly effaced. Winding her way, she knew not how, through roofless halls, over disjointed fragments of fallen pillars, Sybil reached a flight of steps. A door, studded with iron nails, stayed her progress. It was an old, strong oaken frame, surmounted by a Gothic arch, in the keystone of which leered one of those grotesque demoniacal faces which the fathers of the church delighted to adorn their shrines. Sybil looked up. Her glance encountered the fantastical visage. It recalled the features of the sexton, and seemed to mock her, to revile her. Her fortitude at once deserted her. Her fingers were upon the handle of the door. She hesitated. She even drew back, with the intention of departing, for she felt that then she dared not face Barbara. It was too late. She had moved the handle. A deep voice from within called to her by name. She dared not disobey that call. She entered. The room in which Sybil found herself was the only entire apartment now existing in the priory. It had survived the ravages of time. It had escaped the devastation of man, whose ravages outstripped those of time. Octagonal, lofty, yet narrow, you saw at once that it formed the interior of a turret. It was lighted by a small oriel window, commanding a lovely view of the scenery around, and panelled with oak, richly wrought in ribs and groins, and from overhead depended a moulded ceiling of honeycomb plasterwork. This room had something, even now, in the days of its desecration, of monastic beauty about it. Where the odour of sanctity had breathed forth, the fumes of idolatry prevailed, but imagination, ever on the wing, flew back to that period, and a tradition to that effect warranted the supposition, when, perchance, it had been the sanctuary and the privacy of the prior's self. Wrapped in a cloak composed of the skins of various animals, upon a low pallet, covered with stained scarlet cloth, sat Barbara. Around her head was coiffed, in folds like those of an Asiatic turban, a rich, though faded, shawl, and her waist was encircled with the magical zodiacal zone, proper to the sorceress, the mago cineo of the Zingara, whence the name Zingaro, according to Moncada, which Barbara had brought from Spain. From her ears depended long golden drops, of curious antique fashioning, and upon her withered fingers, which looked like a coil of lizards, were hooped a multitude of silver rings, of the purest and simplest manufacture. They seemed almost of massive unwrought metal. Her skin was yellow as the body of a toad, corrugated as its back. She might have been steeped in saffron from her finger tips, the nails of which were of the same hue, to such portions of her neck as were visible, and which was puckered up like the throat of a turtle. To look at her, one might have thought the embalmer had experimented her art upon herself. So dead, so bloodless, so blackened seemed the flesh, where flesh remained, leather could scarce be tougher than her skin. She seemed like an animated mummy. A frame so tanned appeared calculated to endure for ages, and perhaps might have done so, but alas, the soul cannot be embalmed. No oil can re-illumine that precious lamp, and that Barbara's vital spark was fast waning was evident from her heavy, bloodshot eyes, once of a swimming black, and lengthy as a witch's, which were now sinister and sunken. The atmosphere of the room was as strongly impregnated as a museum with volatile odours, emitted from the stores of drugs with which the shelves were loaded. as well as from various stuffed specimens of birds and wild animals. Barbara's only living companion was a monstrous owl, which, perched over the old gipsy's head, hissed a token of recognition as Sybil advanced. From a hook, placed in the plaster roof, was suspended a globe of crystal glass, about the size and shape of a large gourd, filled with a pure pellucid liquid, in which a small snake, the Egyptian aspic, described perpetual gyrations. Dim were the eyes of Barbara, yet not altogether sightless. The troubled demeanour of her grandchild struck her as she entered. She felt the hot drops upon her hand, as Sybil stooped to kiss it. She heard her vainly stifled sobs. "What ails you, child?" said Barbara, in a voice that rattled in her throat, and hollow as the articulation of a phantom. "Have you heard tidings of Luke Bradley? Has any ill befallen him? I said you would either hear of him or see him this morning. He's not returned, I see. What have you heard?" "He is returned," replied Sybil faintly, "and no ill hath happened to him." "He is returned, and you are here," echoed Barbara. "No ill hath happened to him, thou sayest. Am I to understand there is to you?" Sybil answered not. She could not answer. I see," said Barbara, more gently, her head and hand shaking with paralytic affection. "A quarrel, a lover's quarrel. Old as I am, I have not forgotten my feelings as a girl. What woman ever does if she be woman? And you, like your poor mother, are a true-hearted wench. She loved her husband as a husband should be loved, Sybil, and though she loved me well, she loved him better, as was right. Ah, it was a bitter day when she left me for Spain, for though to one of our wandering race all countries are alike, yet the soil of our birth is dear to us, and the presence of our kindred dearer. Well, I will not think of that. She's gone. Nay, take it not so to heart, wench. Luke has a hasty temper. 'Tis not the first time I have told you so. He will not bear rebuke, and you have questioned him too shrewdly touching his absence. Is it not so? He did not. Trust me, you will have him seek your forgiveness ere the shadows shorten neath the noontide sun."
"Alas, alas," said Sybil sadly, "this is no lover's quarrel, which may at once be forgotten and forgiven. Would it were so!"
"What is it, then?"
asked Barbara, and without waiting Sybil's answer, she continued with vehemence.
"Has he wronged you? Tell me, girl, in what way? Speak, that I may avenge you. If your wrong requires revenge, are you blood of mine, and think I will not do this for you, girl? None of the blood of Barbara Lovel were ever unrevenged. When Richard Cooper stabbed my firstborn Francis, he fled to Flanders to escape my wrath, but he did not escape it. I pursued him thither. I hunted him out, drove him back to his own country, and brought him to the gallows. It took a power of gold. What matter? Revenge is dearer than gold, and as it was with Richard Cooper, so shall it be with Luke Bradley. I will catch him, though he run. I will trip him, though he leap. I will reach him, though he flee afar. I will drag him hither by the hair of his head," added she, with a livid smile, and clutching at the air with her hands, as if in the act of pulling someone towards her. "He shall wed you within the hour, if you will have it, or if your honor need that it should be so. My power is not so departed from me. My people are yet at my command. I am still their queen, and woe to him that offendeth me."
"Mother, mother,"
cried Sybil, affrighted at the form she had unwittingly aroused.
"he has not injured me. 'Tis I alone who am to blame, not Luke."
"You speak in mysteries," said Barbara.
"Sir Piers Rookwood is dead."
"Dead!"
echoed Barbara, letting fall her hazel rod.
"Sir Piers dead!
And Luke Bradley
Ha!
is his successor."
"Who told you that?"
asked Barbara, with increased astonishment.
"Luke himself. All is disclosed."
And Sybil hastily recounted Luke's adventures.
"He is now Sir Luke Rookwood."
"This is news, in truth," said Barbara, "yet not news to weep for. You should rejoice, not lament. Well, I foresaw it.
I shall live to see all accomplished, to see my Agatha's child ennobled, to see her wedded, ay, to see her well wedded.
Dearest mother,
I can endow you, and I will do it. You shall bring your husband not alone beauty, you shall bring him wealth.
but mother,
My Agatha's daughter shall be Lady Rookwood.
never, it cannot be.
What cannot be?
The match you now propose.
What mean you, silly wench? Ha! I perceive the meaning of those tears. The truth flashes upon me. He has discarded you.
No, by the heaven of heavens, he is still the same, unaltered in affection.
If so,
Your tears are out of place. Mother, it is not fitting that I, a gipsy born, should wed with him.
not fitting? Ha! You, my child, not fitting. Get up, or I will spurn you. Not fitting. It is fitting. You shall have a dower as ample as that of any lady in the land. Not fitting. Do you say so because you think that he derives himself from a proud and ancient line? Ancient and proud. Ha! I tell you, girl, that for his one ancestor I can number 20. For the years in which his lineage hath flourished, my race can boast centuries, and was a people, a kingdom, ere the land in which he dwells was known. What, if by the curse of heaven we were driven forth, the curse of hell rests upon his house.
I know it, said Sybil, a dreadful curse, which, if I wed him, will alight on me.
No, not on you. You shall avoid that curse. I know a means to satisfy the avenger. Leave that to me.
I dare not, as it can never be. Yet, tell me, you saw the body of Luke's ill-fated mother. Was she poisoned? Nay, you may speak. Sir Piers's death releases you from your oath. How died she?
By strangulation, said the old gipsy, raising her palsied hand to her throat.
Oh, cried Sybil, gasping with horror. Was there a ring upon her finger when you embalmed the body?
A ring, a wedding ring. The finger was crooked. Listen, girl, I could have told Luke the secret of his birth long ago, but the oath imposed by Sir Piers sealed fast my lips. His mother was wedded to Sir Piers. His mother was murdered by Sir Piers. Luke was entrusted to my care by his father. I have brought him up with you. I have affianced you together, and I shall live to see you united. He is now Sir Luke. He is your husband.
Do not deceive yourself, mother, said Sybil, with a fearful earnestness. He is not yet Sir Luke Rookwood. Would he had no claim to be so. The fortune that has hitherto been so propitious may yet desert him. Bethink you of a prophecy you uttered.
A prophecy! Ah!
And with slow enunciation, Sybil pronounced the mystic words which she had heard repeated by the sexton. As she spoke, a gloom like that of a thundercloud began to gather over the brow of the old gipsy. The orbs of her sunken eyes expanded, and wrath supplied her frame with vigour. She arose.
Who told you that?
cried Barbara.
Luke's grandsire, Peter Bradley.
How learned he it?
said Barbara.
It was to one who hath long been in his grave I told it. So long ago it had passed from my memory. 'Tis strange. Old Sir Reginald had a brother, I know, but there is no other of the house.
There is a cousin, Eleanor Mowbray.
Ha! I see, a daughter of that Eleanor Rookwood who fled from her father's roof. Fool! Fool! Am I caught in my own toils? Those words were words of truth and power, and compel the future, and the will be, with chains of brass. They must be fulfilled, yet not by Ranulph. He shall never wed Eleanor.
Whom then shall she wed?
His elder brother.
Mother, shrieked Sybil, do you say so? Oh, recall your words.
I may not. It is spoken. Luke shall wed her.
Oh, God, support me,
exclaimed Sybil.
Silly wench, be firm. It must be as I say. He shall wed her, yet shall he wed her not. The nuptial torch shall be quenched as soon as lighted. The curse of the avenger shall fall, yet not on thee.
Mother, said Sybil, if sin must fall upon some innocent head, let it be on mine, not upon hers. I love him. I would gladly die for him. She is young, unoffending, perhaps happy. Oh, do not let her perish.
Peace, I say, cried Barbara, and mark me, this is your birthday. 18 summers have flown over your young head. 80 winters have sown their snows on mine.
You have yet to learn. Years have brought wrinkles, they have brought wisdom likewise. To struggle with fate, I tell you, is to wrestle with omnipotence. We may foresee, but not avert your destiny. What will be, shall be. This is your 18th birthday, Sybil. It is a day of fate to you. In it occurs your planetary hour, an hour of good or ill, according to your actions. I have cast your horoscope. I have watched your natal star. It is under the baleful influence of Scorpion, and fiery Saturn sheds his lurid glance upon it. Let me see your hand. The line of life is drawn out distinct and clear. It runs. What means that intersection? Beware. Beware, my Sybil. Act as I tell you, and you are safe. I will make another trial by the crystal bowl. Attend.
Muttering some strange words, sounding like a spell, Barbara, with the bifurcate hazel staff which she used as a divining rod, described a circle upon the floor. Within this circle she drew other lines, from angle to angle, forming 7 triangles, the bases of which constituted the signs of a septilateral figure. This figure she studied intently for a few moments. She then raised her wand and touched the owl with it. The bird unfolded its wings and arose in flight, then slowly circled round the pendulous globe. Each time it drew nearer, until at length it touched the glassy bowl with its flapping pinions. "Enough!" ejaculated Barbara, and at another motion from her rod the bird stayed its flight and returned to the perch. Barbara arose. She struck the globe with her staff. The pure lymph became instantly tinged with crimson, as if blood had been commingled with it. The little serpent could be seen within, coiled up and knotted, as in the struggles of death. "Again I say, beware!" ejaculated Barbara, solemnly. "This is ominous of ill." Sybil had sunk from faintness on the pallet. A knock was heard at the door. "Who is without?" cried Barbara. "'Tis I, Balthazar," replied a voice. "Thou mayest enter," answered Barbara, and an old man with a long beard, white as snow, reaching to his girdle, and a costume which might be said to resemble the raiment of a Jewish high priest, made his appearance. This venerable personage was no other than the patrico, or hierophant of the canting crew. "I come to tell you that there are strangers, ladies, within the priory," said the patrico, gravely. "I have searched for you in vain," continued he, addressing Sybil. "The younger of them seems to need your assistance." "Whence come they?" exclaimed Barbara. "They have ridden, I understand, from Rookwood," answered the patrico. "They were on their way to Davenham when they were prevented." "From Rookwood?" echoed Sybil. "Their names, did you hear their names?" "Mowbray is the name of both. They are a mother and a daughter. The younger is called—" "Eleanor!" asked Sybil, with an acute foreboding of calamity. "Eleanor is the name, assuredly," replied the patrico, somewhat surprised. "I heard the elder, whom I guessed to be her mother, so address her." "Gracious God, she's here!" exclaimed Sybil. "Here! Eleanor Mowbray here!" cried Barbara. "Within my power. Not a moment is to be lost. Balthazar, hasten round the tents. Not a man must leave this place. Above all, Luke Bradley, see that these Mowbrays are detained within the abbey. Let the bell be sounded. Quick, quick, leave this wench to me. She is not well. I have much to do. Away with thee, man, and let me know when thou hast done it." And as Balthazar departed on his mission, with a glance of triumph in her eyes, Barbara exclaimed, "Sir, no sooner hath the thought possessed me than the means of accomplishment appear. It shall be done at once. I will tie the knot. I will untie and then retie it. This weak wench must be nerved to the task," added she, regarding the senseless form of Sybil. "Here is what will stimulate her." Opening the cupboard, and taking a small phial, "this will fortify her. And this," continued she, with a ghastly smile, laying her hand upon another vessel, "this shall remove her rival when all is fulfilled. This liquid shall constrain her lover to be her titled, landed husband. Ha 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 ha!" End of chapter 4, book 3.